So she actually saw that I played the game. Oh my god. It's kind of embarrassing, you know? Gran reacted to Asmon on her Insta. Oh my god. This is when you meet her, right?
동 과장님?
Okay. Banana in hospital for Gran? There's no way, right? Okay. So she was kneeling on him, and okay. I think you're supposed to sub to her OnlyFans. Okay, time to get up. I'm gonna tell her.
과장님 이러다 사람 죽겠어요.
Okay. So I'm telling her the other one this time. So it should work this time, right? Okay.
경찰에 신고를 하던가 해야지.
뭐 하는 놈이야?
아, 민정님.
This is how you created criminals? Is that right?
별로 신경 안 쓰셨는데.
Let's find out.
민정? 하숙집 다시 돌아온 거야?
She's back in a guest house.
네.
Yes.
과장님 일단 들어오세요.
Okay, all right. We got a little bit more points, right? Wait. Nothing happened. I didn't get any level ups. Fuck, man. Okay. All right, maybe I should go to this. I should do this one maybe? What do you guys think? The white hearts aren't done? What? This game is hard? Okay, we're gonna try this one.
어디 봐.
Okay.
괜찮은 거야?
Are you really
이렇게
okay?
태어내도 되는
Is
거야?
it safe for you to be discharged like
다리가 제일 많이
this?
다쳤다고 들었는데 그냥 이렇게 걸어도 되는 거야?
Okay.
아, 과장님 진정해요.
Calm down, I'm fine
이제
now.
괜찮아요.
Okay, relax, guys, relax. This is important.
좀 됐어요.
정말 괜찮은 거지?
그렇다니까요.
Okay.
그럼 다행이고.
동 과장님, 제가 그렇게
Were you really worried about me?
당연하지. 너가
Of course.
다쳤다는데.
See, guys? She cares about me.
안겨.
네?
Okay.
사고로 고생 많이 했잖아. 안기라고.
So now we're gonna try I'll hug her. Because I did the other one last time. This one should work too.
저한테 안기세요.
왜?
그냥 저 누워 있는
You had a tough time at work while I was lying in bed, right?
고생하셨으니까.
Since you worked hard, I'm gonna give you a hug.
뭐 고생을
I
하긴
did have a...
했는데.
Oh, I think this was the right
빨리 안 오실
answer.
거예요?
너한테 안기는
Getting
거
hugged by you
너무
feels a
문제인데.
little awkward.
아, 싫으시면
If you don't
말고.
want to, that's fine.
우유만 너 말 맞다나. 너가
I did it right.
아니 내가
Brother, I
너를
suffered in your place.
고생했으니까 기분이
Okay,
되게
guys.
확실한 것뿐이야.
아,
Those were a lot of hearts.
말투 뭐지?
괴물투가 뭐?
What's wrong with my tone? Uh-oh.
아무튼 내일 출근해야
Anyway, you've got work
하니까
tomorrow, so get ready and head out.
출근 준비 잘 해놓고
Okay.
나가봐.
네. 안녕히 주무세요.
Good night. Okay, so I think that... All right.
찌꼬리 이게 뭐야?
So do I have to finish everything? Or am I... Because, like, that was the only thing that I needed to do. Like, this is the only thing... Okay, yeah, I think that now we've finished, right? Oh, wow. Oh, I got the pink heart. Oh, wow. Okay, so should we do this one too? Okay, far from it. All right, check your rep. Wait a minute, let me try this one and see what happens if I say what's cleaning. What does cleaning mean?
와. 전 그렇다고 생각해요. 이 진정한 청소의 의미가 무엇인지부터.
Okay, she's mad. Who cares about her?
무슨 소리야?
다들.
Just a minute. Okay, all right, that was the wrong answer. That was absolutely the wrong answer. I don't know why I decided to do that. Okay. Yeah, that was... Nope. All right, we're canceling that. Don't worry about it, guys. Yeah, no, it's not gonna happen. Okay, this is some other bullshit. I'm trying to see what the other ones are. This is why we're single? A little bit, yes. Okay. So this one.
오늘부터 다시 정신
Okay.
바짝 차리고 해보는 거야.
아,
Oh, that's right. I was a weirdo here.
아, 제가 지금 사올까요?
그래 줄래요? 아,
Oh, that's right. I was a weirdo here.
아, 제가 지금 사올까요?
그래줄래요?
Yeah, I remember this because this is whenever the fat guy came in.
우선 씨.
저 사람.
That's where Fat Boy was here.
이거 토마토
What are you doing?
뭐야? 때마침 음료수.
Go back? No, no. This is the right option.
왠지 뭔가 사고 싶더라고요.
This is absolutely the right option.
우리가 찡하고 통하네요.
We told. See, this guy's flirting with her. He's trying to simp out.
이쪽은 우유만 씨. 사고 나서
Is this AI?
오늘 복귀했어.
안녕하세요.
No.
그리고 이쪽은
it's Korea.
직원 최우선 대리. 유만 씨 사수니까.
You didn't cancel the earlier fuck up?
아, 우유.
Yeah, I did. What do you mean?
말씀 많이 들었습니다.
Okay, he's gonna shake my hand. Okay. I'm gonna do shy.
반갑습니다.
네, 모르는 게 있으면 편하게.
If there's
물어봐요,
anything you don't know,
편하게.
feel free to ask.
우리 여러모로 공통점이
It seems like we already have a lot in common. Okay, good.
민정님 사생이 내 사수라니. 내 사수라니.
All right.
부장님, 말씀하신 보고서입니다.
벌써?
What is this?
볼까?
You need to go back and choose the right one. It saves the last one that you did. Wait, really?
했습니다.
컬러 베리에이션.
There's no way, right?
말씀하신 칼라 배열로 배치했습니다.
Does that actually happen?
잘했는데.
저희가
Fuck, I've got to go back again.
뿐이죠.
Okay, give me a minute.
야근한 게 그렇게
Relax,
좋아요?
guys. It's okay.
아, 과장님하고 일하고 있으면 시간이 너무 빨리 가요.
그게 뭐야? 진짜
He's flirting with her. What a fucking simp.
둘이 뭐 하는 거야? 동 과장님이랑.
Aren't you being a little bit too close?
괜찮네.
Yeah. What a little loser.
어?
Now we're gonna do this one instead.
저 휴지가
아,
좀.
제가 워드
I should grab some
파일로
tissues.
왜 자꾸 종이를 고집해갖고.
Look at her boobs, bro. This is the reason why I don't play this game with eye tracker, okay?
가져올까요?
난 종이로 보는 게 편하단 말이야.
Okay.
손 괜찮으세요?
Is your hand okay? Of course it does. No, there's yeah.
내가 무슨
Because I'm
일이야?
reading chat. That's the reason why. Obviously. Yeah, had nothing to do with that.
아니거든.
Why is he simping so hard? I'm gonna blow on it. What is he doing?
에이씨.
알아보죠.
이번 SS 의상 샘플 테스트 해볼 건데 우유만 씨랑 최우선 씨는 같이 확인 좀 해줘.
Okay. Guys, we're going backwards. I'm actually making reverse progress. Wait, but it told me that was the good thing that... Wait, what? Wait, do I have to use another one for her? The white is better? Okay.
이번 SS
Okay, so we have to make her wear... Wait, which one? Maybe this one? Which one do I make her do? No, we already did the bunny one. That was the Gooner ending. We already got that. Red? Okay, we're gonna do with the red dress. Okay. That's not red.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some somewhat intriguing discoveries coming from a very bizarre and very ancient galaxy. The galaxy you see right here referred to as NGC 6889, a galaxy that shouldn't really be doing what it seems to be doing. But in order to understand why this discovery is so bizarre and why this is so unusual, let's actually discuss where this is happening first and what we know about these regions. And here we're actually talking about what's known as galactic voids. And so what exactly is this? Well, when it comes to the universe, we normally imagine this as this vast space filled with galaxies and various galactic superclusters that are essentially spread across the universe, sort of resembling a kind of a bright lit city, with all of this interacting, merging, and evolving over time. But the thing is, all of this is actually organized in a very specific way, forming what the researchers refer to as the cosmic web. These extremely long and interconnected strings of material that seem to stretch for millions of light years and basically form the entire universe. If we were to somehow zoom out, it might resemble something like this. And so as you can see, between these clusters and between all these galaxies, there seem to be regions of almost complete darkness. Vast, nearly empty regions of space that we normally refer to as either galactic voids or cosmic voids, with this map of some of the nearest voids showing us where they're located and what they kind of look like. And so as the name implies, these are essentially regions of almost entirely complete empty space. Not truly empty, but empty enough. And so with the universe organized in these gigantic web-like formations, the formations consisting of dense knots of galaxies and very long strands known as filaments, the empty areas between them are essentially these cosmic voids. And the ones known to us are actually vast. They're incredibly large in size, usually spanning anywhere from 30 to 300 million light years across, and are also growing in size over time. But once again, even though they seem empty, they're not truly empty. They just represent a much lower density compared to everything else, with the average density of 1/10 of what we usually find in other regions. And it just so happens that our own Milky Way is next to one of these areas, the region right here referred to as the local void. And today we're going to be discussing one of the galaxies that just happens to be inside one of these voids and has now been observed doing something that astronomers kind of didn't expect. Nothing dramatic, but something that does not make sense in terms of galactic evolution. And so once again we're discussing the object right here. And the reason this particular observation and this galaxy are so exciting is because NGC 6889 is actually right inside the local void, practically in the center. And that makes it a true void galaxy, which is the term used for occasional galaxy discovered in one of these regions. And it's actually a pretty small list. For example, for the local void that we discussed previously, and that you can learn about in one of the previous videos, we only know of 5 galaxies here. But in reality, we don't even expect these regions to contain galaxies because there's just not enough stuff to form anything here. These are very isolated regions, rarely experiencing any interaction, and obviously experiencing no collisions and no mergers that would usually result in dense environments to form stars. As a matter of fact, for many years, scientists always predicted these void galaxies to be pristine examples of fossil galaxies, ancient galaxies from the beginning of the universe that have not really done much and have not changed much in the last 13 billion years. But turns out that loneliness does not necessarily mean inactivity. In other words, turns out that we might have been just a little bit incorrect. And so this is where we have our enigma of NGC 6789. And this galaxy has been known to us for quite some time, since 1883. It's one of the closest examples of what's known as the Blue Compact Dwarf Galaxy, or BCD, and is approximately 12 million light years away from us in the direction of the local void. And because of its initial appearance, scientists classify this as an irregular galaxy, or basically a galaxy without any specific shape, mostly because its core shows intense recent star formation activity, with the core then giving this galaxy a somewhat irregular look. But the key mystery here is really in the scale and the timing of the star formation activity. Approximately 4% of the galactic total stellar mass, which is approximately 100 million times the mass of the Sun, seems to have surprisingly formed in the last 600 million years. So basically pretty recent times when it comes to galaxies. And this recent vigorous burst of star formation is very surprising. It means that the galaxy is actually still active despite being super isolated. Which basically raises this very important question. Where exactly did it get all of this gas required for the star formation? And why exactly did it suddenly have this starburst activity that created all of these stars. And this is a mystery because normally we expect this to happen when there is a galactic collision or some kind of a major density change that usually involves something falling into the galaxy or something disturbing the galaxy in some way. For example, as we've discussed previously for the Milky Way galaxy, one of the main reasons the Sun was formed was because approximately 5 billion years ago, there was actually a major collision with the dwarf galaxy that we discussed in some of the previous videos in the description that created a massive amounts of overdensities, which then started forming stars at an increased rate, with one of those stars being our home. And so most of these galactic evolution models usually rely on external events like collisions or various close encounters. And that's because we expect the gas in this case to be compressed by something in order to create overdensities that can then start forming various baby star clusters. And while none of this is expected from this galaxy, NGC 6789 is very far from any major neighbors and is inside a very quiet and very inactive region of a cosmic void. And so this was the main premise and the main discovery and also the main investigation behind this recent study by Ignacio Trujillo and the team you see here. Here, scientists wanted to solve this paradox. How can you have isolation and recent star formation in this somewhat well-known but also somewhat bizarre galaxy? And so astronomers needed to search for the faint, telltale signs of past activity in order to figure out what's happening. And specifically, they were looking for evidence of a recent minor merger or some kind of an interaction that could have supplied the necessary fuel. Because otherwise, it just means that our galactic models are completely incorrect. And well, it turns out that the recent deep optical imaging that was conducted by the 2-meter twin telescope, also known as TTT-3, may have actually seen something. Here, this was crucial because various standard surveys, like the Sloan Digital Sky survey that was used previously, only show us some of the brighter central regions and no actual detail. But the new observations provided us unprecedented depth, reaching surface brightness limits down to almost 30 magnitudes per square arc second, or just to rephrase this, super sensitive brightness observations. And with this level of depth, astronomers could now see galactic structure much further than before, with these results being very striking. But striking because of what they did not find. First of all, the morphology was actually more or less undisturbed. The deep imaging confirmed that the galaxy's outer structures remain undisturbed with a much rather elliptical shape, as you can see right here, suggesting that the galaxy has not experienced major collisions for a very long time. They also found no tidal features, basically long tail-like formations that would usually be formed by some kind of a merger and would usually contain some kind of a remnant. And here's actually a perfect example of one of these events. This is from the recent observations from the Vera Rubin Observatory of a stellar stream discovered in a very famous galaxy that has never been seen before. We've talked about this in one of the recent videos in the description. But once again, in the Void galaxy, nothing like this was seen, and there was no tidal features anywhere. And on top of this, there was minimal debris. Researchers in this case were able to place a lower upper limit on the stellar mass that could potentially surround the galaxy as merged debris from some kind of a collision. Basically here it would require 10 million solar masses of pure gas to form these stars, yet the debris was only approximately 200,000 solar masses. And so the fact in this case was that the galaxy was very isolated, yet exhibited intense central star formation without any signs of any recent mergers, which implied that there might be some kind of a alternative mechanism at play. So something else had to fuel the starburst, and something that was not considered before. And well, right now, the only explanations we have are basically very hypothetical. But here's what scientists think might have happened. First, maybe the starburst was fueled by some kind of a residual gas already residing inside the galaxy that somehow, luckily, created an overdensity that then started forming stars. Now, this is obviously something that could happen, but because we are talking about 10 million solar masses of gas, and because all of this happened very suddenly, right now this would suggest some kind of a very bizarre and very fortunate event that just has never really been seen before. Alternatively, maybe, this starburst was produced by the recent inflow of material, pristine material, that was not coming from any galaxy or from any galactic cluster, but was actually coming from the void itself. Or basically in this case, it once again confirms that these voids are not truly empty and do actually occasionally contain chunks of gas. And here the accretion scenario does have support from some of the previous studies on the galaxy's chemical makeup. This galaxy is known to be chemically homogeneous and relatively metal-poor, with the inflow of this pristine metal-poor gas possibly explaining the observed ratios of nitrogen to oxygen and the sudden star formation that seems to have happened. Or just to rephrase this, here's what scientists believe might have happened. When a galaxy accretes metal-poor gas, or basically gas that has not been processed by many generations of stars and has not experienced supernova, this process tends to dilute existing interstellar medium, and this dilution then causes overall oxygen abundance to drop much lower than expected for a galaxy of certain brightness. But it usually does not affect certain ratios such as ratios of nitrogen to oxygen. And so here, if suddenly there was a lot of gas entering from the outside, it would essentially change the chemical makeup of the galaxy, but would produce a very specific signal with nitrogen and oxygen, which is exactly what we're observing here. And so this is the case of what the scientists believe might have been cold gas accretion from the cosmic void, which is now believed to be a viable way for certain galaxies, even galaxies in isolation, to grow and to evolve. Although here the implication is that this particular galaxy might also be relatively close to one of the galactic filaments from which all of this gas potentially came from. And specifically, this filament might not contain a lot of stars, but seems to contain quite a lot of gas. And normally in very dense and hot filaments found in high density regions, they do feed galaxies and make them grow in size, producing a lot of stars. And so in this case, voids may also contain some of these tenuous networks, but in this case, instead of stars, they just contain a lot of pristine gas. And intriguingly, not so long ago, another study based on the void galaxy VGS-12, and the study right here you can find in the description, provided certain complementary evidence to this hypothesis. And here, this galaxy is an unusual polar disk galaxy that's also found inside the void, but does contain slightly different structure, with its very large gas disk oriented perpendicularly to the central stellar disk. And the chemical analysis of this galaxy also discovered unusual observations of oxygen and a very high concentration of nitrogen to oxygen that once again implies some kind of a gas dilution, with the influx of gas coming from somewhere else and very likely being pristine and untouched from the beginning of the universe. On top of this, unlike the previous galaxy, VGS-12 also exhibits signs of some kind of a disturbance that potentially suggests a very recent accretion event, but in this case just involving huge amounts of gas coming from somewhere. And more importantly, because this gas is ionized by some of the stars in the galaxy, it actually becomes pretty easily visible. And so in this case we have a direct evidence of another void galaxy clearly interacting with some kind of a pristine gas that's even happening right now. And so VGS-12 provides us with extremely strong evidence for the ongoing cold gas accretion that seems to result in the production of stars in these very bizarre galaxies. And so these two recent studies show us something really important about galactic formation. It looks like galaxies don't need to rely on mergers and violent interactions in order to acquire new gas and form new stars. Because as these galaxies show us, we know that they seem to have no collisions, and the only signs of star formation we detect indicate that the gas came from somewhere entirely different and very likely arrived here in a kind of a steady flow coming from the surrounding void environment. Which means that these are definitely very unique galaxies and provide us with a kind of a window back in time. We're essentially seeing what might have happened billions of years ago when a lot of these early galaxies started forming. Because here we have pristine gas over 13 billion years in age, finally interacting with something inside a galaxy and finally forming stars. And that's because this gas has never been anywhere else and has just stayed in these cosmic voids for the past 13.8 billion years. And though some of the original predictions suggested that this mechanism has long been extinguished and only dominated galactic growth in the early universe, looks like that's not entirely the case. It still contributes to galactic growth today and seems to be the main way void galaxies potentially formed and evolved over time, which also explains one of the major mysteries about them. It wasn't actually clear why these galaxies very often appear kind of young compared to any counterparts in the vicinity. And that's because, well, they are very young. Or I guess in some sense you can think of them as delayed in their development. It took them approximately 13 billion years to finally start forming. And naturally this also is going to one day teach us more about these galactic voids and the overall structure of the universe itself. But right now for cosmology this is also important because it provides us with additional evidence for the overall structure of the universe and seems to support a lot of the observations we have about this unseen cosmic web that very often guides and shapes the destiny of galaxies around us. But we'll definitely come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos because this is just a super fascinating topic. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining the channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
more of the photography, they look awesome. Looking at this shot compared to the Borov9,
Elon Musk just made a tweet. Let's see if Grok 5 can beat the best human team League of Legends in 2026 with these important constraints. 1. Can only look at the monitor with the camera, seeing no more than what a person with 20/20 vision would see. 2. Reaction latency and click rate no faster than a human. Note, Grok 5 is designed to be able to play any game just by reading the instructions and experimenting. Guys, can I be honest? There is no AI bot fucking bullshit that Elon can come up with that will beat Faker. Elon Musk just made a tweet. Let's see if Grok 5 can beat the best human team League of Legends in 2026 with these important constraints. 1. Can only look at the monitor with the camera, seeing no more than what a person with 20/20 vision would see. 2. Reaction latency and click rate no faster than a human. Note, Grok 5 is designed to be able to play any game just by reading the instructions and experimenting. Guys, can I be honest? There is no AI bot fucking bullshit that Elon can come up with that will beat Faker. Elon Musk just made a tweet.
I find it both fascinating and creepy that we live on the thin, solid surface of a planet that's still hot and liquid in the core, and we don't know exactly what's going on inside of it. There's all this hot stuff slushing around and God knows what it's doing. Worse, a new paper now found that something very strange has been going on just off the coast of Africa, where a major gravitational anomaly has occurred. Let's have a look. We're used to geological events happening over millions of years, but this gravitational anomaly amazingly happened within just a couple of years, from 2006 to 2008, just west off the coast of Africa. And it's huge. In north-south direction, it stretches about 7,000 kilometers. That's roughly the distance from London to Chicago. The researchers found this anomaly in data collected by the GRACE satellite. The GRACE mission was a joint project between NASA and the German Aerospace Center. It was a pair of satellites that took data from 2002 to 2017. They were flying one behind the other a few hundred kilometers apart, and they were exchanging very exact signals in the microwave range. With this, they could measure the distance between them to a stunning precision, micrometers over hundreds of kilometers. When the pull of gravity would change from one region to the next, the front satellite would notice that first and move a little relative to the rear one. From this, they could infer changes in Earth's gravitational field very precisely. NASA's working on a follow-up mission called GRACE-C that may or may not launch in 2028. The authors of the new paper now looked at this data from the GRACE satellites and found that there was this rapid change in the gravitational field near Africa. It's not simply that gravity got stronger or weaker, but that it changed faster from one region to the next, and then 2 years later that stopped. It's rare for geophysicists to find something that changes faster than your smartphone model. Stranger still, this gravitational anomaly happens to coincide with an anomaly in the magnetic field that was observed in the same region at the same time and that had been reported earlier. A coincidence? Possibly, but the combined evidence suggests that something was going on. Something literally very deep. So what is going on there? The scientists first considered that since this gravity anomaly was measured in a part of the ocean, that maybe the ocean currents changed. This could move a lot of water around and thereby change the local gravitational pull, but that didn't fit the shape or size of the anomaly. The authors of the new paper then came up with an explanation that fits the data much better, and that's quite something. They suggest that deep in Earth's mantle, roughly 3,000 kilometers deep, a big area of rock began to move upwards. This is called an upwelling. But then what happened is that as it moved up, the pressure dropped, and that caused a phase transition in the major mineral. This mineral is called bridgmanite, and it's a kind of perovskite. Yes, that's the same class of mineral that's also being used for solar panels. As the pressure dropped, that changed the material into a different configuration. That increased the density. This, the researchers say, caused the sudden change in the gravitational pull. Then, as the stuff moved further up, it spread out and the effect diluted until it disappeared. At least this is what they think happened. This isn't the first gravity anomaly on Earth, but it's one of the more mysterious ones. Another famous gravity anomaly is an area of unusually low gravitational pull over Hudson Bay in Canada. There is another huge gravity low in the Indian Ocean, but these have been there for as long as we've made measurements. What Grace saw in 2007 is different, a gravity change on a remarkably short time scale. What about the sudden change in Earth's magnetic field? Well, it's somewhat unclear if these two things are related. By the way, if you remember, a few months ago I told you about this hole in the magnetic field of Earth over South America. New observations say that this actually got larger. And here too, the currently most widely accepted explanation is that something's moving around in the core of our planet. None of this is directly worrisome, but let me be honest, this kind of stuff freaks me out. Just think about the gigantic, enormous masses that are moving around under our feet. I think that this puts our little human doings into perspective. So the good news is that the Earth is stable again. The bad news is we're not sure why it wasn't. But what really worries me is that we can measure Earth's gravity to micrometer precision, but no one's yet invented a package that actually opens where it says "Open here." The new Curiosity box is here. I'm super excited they've been sponsoring this video, so I can tell you all about it. The Curiosity box is a subscription for science lovers that delivers a selection of curiosity-inspiring items to your door 4 times a year. The idea comes from Michael from Vsauce, who also himself invents some of the items. This month's box has, among other things, a puzzle game, a book with a secret, and a calendar which tells you the phases of the moon and the positions of the planet. But the coolest one is this Mobius wrap. My inner nerd loves this so much. You can open the zipper and turn it into a normal scarf. It's actually super cozy, so I'm totally going to annoy some people by telling them why my scarf is cooler than theirs. And of course, I have a special offer for Black Friday, which is a buy one, get one free deal. All you have to do is use my link curiositybox.com/Sabine. My entire family enjoys the Curiosity box, so go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
A small but incredibly fast, unwanted guest is about to swing past Earth at the speed of light. Yeah, this is the tiniest black hole in the universe. But despite its small size, could it still rip our planet apart? In this video, we're sending black holes through Earth from the tiniest black hole, just 2 centimeters in diameter, to the most massive, stupendously large black hole. For you, on Earth, things are about to get bad. Okay, black holes come in all sizes. Most of them are called stellar mass black holes because, well, they're born when a massive star, at least 8 times heavier than our sun, collapses and becomes a tiny but very dense black hole. This is Gaia BH1, and it's the closest black hole to us, just 1,560 light years away. This black hole is almost 10 times as massive as our sun, but it's small. Its event horizon is only 59 kilometers wide, that's 37 miles. And we'll send it our way in a minute, but for now, let's talk about black holes that nobody has ever observed before. Yeah, some black holes are incredibly tiny, but to see those, we'd have to go back to the very first moments after the Big Bang, when our universe exploded from a singularity 13.8 billion years ago. This is a time when tiny black holes popped up before any galaxies or planets even had time to form. The scientists call these primordial black holes. We've never observed them to confirm their existence, either because these black holes are too tiny for us to detect or because most of them have evaporated by now. But we theorize that these tiny, dense pockets of gravity existed a long, long time ago. What's interesting about these primordial black holes is that they could be as tiny as 1 femtometer in size. But even then, they'd weigh as much as a mountain. Now, for our story, we'll start with a black hole a bit larger, with the exact same mass as Earth. Of course, Earth didn't exist at the same time as one of these black holes might have, but we here at What If, well, we like to imagine hypothetical scenarios, as you may have noticed. And in this hypothetical, a black hole just as massive as Earth is about to hit us. Only you wouldn't see it coming because it would be tiny. So we'll make it larger for the sake of visuals, but in reality, a black hole of this mass would have an event horizon of just under 2 centimeters, 3/4 of an inch wide. Smaller than a coin, but with the gravity of our entire planet. It would fly by Earth like a bullet, and it would only take 0.04 seconds to do so. Depending on how close to Earth it passed, this tiny visitor could cause devastating effects. With this much gravity, it would pull on different parts of the Earth with different strengths. The side of the Earth facing it would be stretched more strongly than the far side. These tidal forces would put a lot of strain on Earth's crust. Even if it didn't go through Earth, but just near it, this tiny black hole could set off tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanoes all over the planet. And worse than that, this black hole would yank Earth out of its usual orbit. Yeah, our planet could go on a wild ride a little closer to the sun. And if it did, Earth would face extreme climate change, and fast. Or we could go the other way and move closer to Mars. Now, if Earth left the habitable zone of our sun, things down here would get very cold, very fast. But what if this black hole didn't just pass by Earth, but passed through it? Well, it would be like piercing our planet with an extremely fast and massive needle. The black hole would create a narrow tunnel that would go all the way through our planet. Anything in its vicinity would be stretched and torn by tidal forces, or spaghettified. Massive earthquakes would ripple through the entire planet in seconds. Fault lines on the other side of the world would slip. Entire tectonic plates could shift. This wouldn't be a local earthquake. It'd be the crust cracking everywhere at once. Being on Earth for this would be horrifying, and you wouldn't even know why things were going south, because if you remember, you wouldn't see this black hole coming. while the planet's crust is tearing itself apart, well, your digital world might be under a different kind of threat. Every second on the internet, what you do is tracked, cataloged, and sold to the highest bidder. When everything's free, you are the product. But it doesn't have to be that way, thanks to today's sponsor, CyberGhost VPN. What is CyberGhost VPN? Well, CyberGhost VPN is making the 25-day secure. Unlock global content. Click the link in the description and start protecting your digital life today. All right, with your privacy secured and your VPN running, let's return to the real danger. When it comes to black holes, size doesn't always matter. It's their mass. So let's move on to a more crushing black hole. A stellar mass black hole, as massive as 10 suns. Okay, despite weighing 10 times more than our sun, it would only be about 59 kilometers wide. That's 37 miles. It's less than the distance you drive in under an hour on the highway. But that tiny shadow packs gravity strong enough to shred planets. From the moment this black hole entered the outer region of our solar system, Kuiper Belt, you'd only have about 5.5 hours until total chaos. In 4 hours and 50 minutes, astronomers would see its effects on Jupiter. Now, while the black hole wouldn't strip gas from the giant planet unless it passed extremely close, well, we might detect unusual gravitational anomalies around it. Jupiter would likely experience tidal disruption if the black hole came close, but luckily for this gas giant, no gas would spiral into its accretion disk. That's because the black hole would be moving too fast for that. Another 30 minutes later, Mars would be dangerously close to the black hole's gravitational grip. Now, Mars wouldn't disappear into the black hole unless it was directly in its path. More likely, it would be torn apart by tidal forces or flung out of its orbit. Suddenly, things would start to feel off. Even without light, the black hole's presence would distort the night sky. Stars might appear to swirl around it. This effect is called gravitational lensing, but you'd need a powerful telescope to see it because this black hole is still pretty small in size. At this point, you'd feel like the ground was shifting underneath you. That's not your imagination. It's Earth slightly stretching toward the black hole as its gravity pulls on one side harder than the other. Seconds later, things would get violent. The planet would crack across continents. Tides would surge violently, not from the wind or the moon's pull, but from pure gravity. Earthquakes would erupt everywhere at once. Everything would be shaking, cracking, and ripping apart. During this violent event, Earth might lose the moon if its orbit became too unstable. But our planet would survive. It'd be stretched and damaged, and it would take a long time to recover, but still, it wouldn't become one with the black hole. Not yet. But it could get worse. If this light-speed traveling thing wasn't just a flyby, but actually on a collision course with our planet, you wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. In an instant, the black hole would rip through our planet like a bullet. Only this is a bullet that weighs as much as 10 suns, and it would be moving at 300,000 kilometers per second, 186,000 miles. The moment it hit us, the crust, the mantle, the core, everything would be pulled inward. The black hole would shred Earth with tidal forces stronger than anything you've ever experienced. And then, just 0.04 seconds later, it would tear out the other side, leaving behind a tunnel of superheated, collapsing matter. Shockwaves would ripple around the globe, oceans would boil, and the atmosphere would ignite. Entire continents would crack and collapse. Earth wouldn't be swallowed whole. It would be ruptured, deformed, and left bleeding debris out into space. And the black hole? It wouldn't even slow down. Okay, now how about another type of black hole? An intermediate mass one. These monstrosities are far more rare, or at least harder to detect. We've found hundreds of stellar black holes, but only a few solid candidates for intermediate mass black holes. These aren't as small as stellar mass black holes formed from dying stars, and not as enormous as the supermassive giants in the centers of galaxies. These types of black holes weigh between a few hundred and a few 100,000 times the mass of our sun. And scientists think they form when stellar mass black holes collide and merge into a more massive black hole. Now, a black hole 1,000 times more massive than our sun would be catastrophic. Like any other black hole in this scenario, really. Black holes are bad for you if they come too close, and this one would be devastating. Imagine a black hole 1,000 times more massive than our sun rampaging through the solar system. This monstrosity would have a more substantial size, too, packing all its mass into a beast about half the size of Earth. As it came close to Earth, just like all the other black holes on our list, it would start tearing the Earth apart with its enormous gravity. On top of the regular mix of volcanoes, earthquakes, and tsunamis, this monstrosity would tug Earth closer, swallowing chunks of it as it passed by. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it would pass, leaving Earth with a tilted axis, an unstable orbit, and a civilization collapsing in slow motion. And as always, things would be worse if this intermediate mass black hole were on a direct course through our planet. It wouldn't collide with Earth like a rock. It would just replace the space where Earth used to be, all within a fraction of a second. Earth would start to collapse inward before the black hole even touched our surface. Rocks would lift, and the ground would curve. Time itself starts to come to a standstill near the event horizon. And then comes the breach. The black hole would swallow the planet. Earth would be gone in an instant. Cities wouldn't even have time to burn. They would just stretch and vanish. The black hole would leave a collapsing, molten tunnel through Earth. With the planet's core completely gone, Earth would keep collapsing in on itself, but so fast that you wouldn't even have time to blink. Scary, but that wasn't even the worst of the black holes. Meet Phoenix A star, the baddest, most massive black hole we've ever laid eyes on. This stupendously large black hole has a mass of 100 billion suns. Its event horizon stretches 590 billion kilometers. Just so you can picture the sheer size of this gigantic cosmic death trap, it's 100 times wider than the distance from Pluto to the Sun. Yeah, and it would swallow all planets in our solar system like they were nothing. At first, without warning, strange distortions would appear in the sky. That's gravitational lensing from the most massive black hole in the observable universe. Phoenix A star's titanic gravity would be warping the fabric of space around it. Even before this monstrosity passed through the Kuiper Belt and the outer regions of our solar system, every planet in the neighborhood would feel its galactic presence. Neptune and Uranus would start to drift off their orbits, and a few hours later, the inner planets would get massively disturbed too. Earth's path around the sun would begin to deform under the overwhelming tug of Phoenix A star. By the time you understood what was happening, the flyby would become imminent. Phoenix A star would be approaching Earth at the speed of light. The oceans facing the black hole bulge upward, drawn by its monstrous gravity. Even though the beast would still be unbelievably far out, our tides would grow beyond anything in recorded history. They would flood everything. As Phoenix A star pulled on our planet, the atmosphere wouldn't be able to hold on. Supersonic winds would tear across every continent, and above you, satellites and debris would light up the sky, dragged from orbit like falling stars. Even the International Space Station would plunge into a death spiral it was never built to survive. At its closest pass, Phoenix A star would tear past Earth at the speed of light. For a few seconds, its gravity would overpower the sun's. Earth's orbit would shatter and our planet would be flung out into space. Here on Earth, it would feel as if gravity disappeared for a moment. Everything would lift, people, cars, buildings, and then when it was gone, everything would be caught in a sudden freefall. Now, the Earth's crust couldn't handle such an intense gravitational pull. The planet would erupt in earthquakes and volcanoes, rupturing everywhere. And then, after just 0.04 seconds, just as quickly as it came, Phoenix A star would race onward. In a flash, this immense black disk would start disappearing from view, leaving a distorted star field to gradually return to normal. But the havoc would remain. In its blistering flyby, Phoenix A star would permanently alter the solar system, even our sun. Every piece of rock would be launched out of orbit, ejected on the path to interstellar space. Whatever remained of Earth would become a rogue planet, drifting through space, not bound to any star. In this brief catastrophic encounter, the human toll would be incalculable. Our entire civilization would be left to die. Most coastal cities would become underwater ruins. Inland areas would deal with earthquakes, fires, and storms. It would be the end of the world for you. Even if, by some miracle, pockets of humanity survived the 40 milliseconds of chaos, they'd face an existential challenge adapting to a planet that's drifting toward deep freeze in outer space. So, yeah, black holes suck. They destroy everything they touch, and falling into a black hole, even for a nanosecond, would be lethal for you. But that's a story for another What If. Now, don't forget to click on the description link to get the special discount that CyberGhost VPN is offering our viewers. This application will protect your data while you browse and give you full access to all blocked content on the internet for only $2 a month. Totally risk-free, so check it out. Link in the description.
my entire channel into a campaign to become more famous than him. And in 3 days, KView is putting us on live TV for a debate to decide who deserves that name. This is a professional broadcast with a live audience. If I lose, he becomes the official Hunter Williams of this city. That cannot happen. So I need an edge, and getting inside this station is how I get it. But if he notices us, this entire plan could blow up.
Oh yeah, he's definitely coming up to us right now.
Hi, we're doing great. How are you doing?
Good. Can I help you?
I am just Hunter Williams. Bro, why did I start with my full name? He asked, can I help you? And I just confessed my full identity before he even asked for it. I couldn't make myself look more suspicious if I tried.
You here to see somebody?
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. We're just kind of getting some shots of stuff. It's not like anything that's too serious.
Shots of what, the building?
Yeah, just like the building and everything like that. If that's... He just walked away. I think that worked. I don't know, but we're not sticking around to find out. Go. Shut it. Shut the door. Get the hell out of here. I have no idea how, but Drayton actually has photos of the inside of KView, and this was the entire point of coming here. So we went to our new office to start planning how to take down the other Hunter Williams on live TV. Okay, after digging through Dre's photos, we finally locked in 2 ways to sabotage this debate. First, the set has a massive green screen, so Ethan's gonna wear a green screen suit and mess with the weatherman during the forecast and the debate. He'll be invisible, so it'll make the weatherman look completely unhinged. Second, Dre has a plan to air a fake video before the debate that makes the weatherman look terrible and makes me look incredible. Honestly, it feels like we cracked the code, and if we can pull these off, it'll guarantee my victory in the debate. But our producer, Jack, is bringing up a potential issue.
Hear me out. You have a debate, and you haven't prepared, like, anything for it.
I don't have to prepare for the debate, Jack. I know how to debate.
Okay, then prove it.
I'm good at debating.
No, you're not. You're literally not. Show me one of your points against Hunter Williams.
Okay, Jack's right. I need help. So the next day after Dre started writing the sabotage video and Ethan ordered the green screen suit, Jack brought over a debate coach he found on Craigslist. I'm just hoping this guy knows something, anything, that can help me win this debate. Because if I blow this on live TV, the entire world will think the weatherman is the real Hunter Williams.
Welcome to Debate. I'm your professor. My name is Adam Alcasari, and I'm going to lead you guys through a lot of the basics of getting started with debate. Let's try a practice run here. Let me be the moderator. You can be your opponent, playing the weatherman. You be yourself. So, the topic is, who is a better Hunter Williams?
I am Hunter Williams. I grew up in...
There's pin clicking.
So that's one of the things I like to talk about. You want to open up your body language.
Okay.
Little man spreading is not wrong. You want to be comfortable. Now, you want to open up.
He's Hunter. You're supposed to be Hunter Williams, and Hunter Williams is not going to sell it.
He might.
Hunter, do you know the viewership that KView gets?
1 million people.
You get 1 million per what? What do you mean million? Million what?
It's the whole city of Austin. They watch me.
Remember, sometimes just a simple, sir, the numbers don't reflect that.
The records just don't support what you're saying.
Show me the numbers.
Let's try a different combination. All right, I'll moderate.
It's also first foremost.
Okay, that's not.
Nice to meet you. Is it your goal of your channel to get more subscribers to beat me? So the argument is that you haven't beat me yet. Is that not the truth?
No, that is the truth. I have not beat you yet. You're more
Okay,
famous
cool.
than me
So
right now.
is this over?
No, it's not.
As in like this debate right now. You just said that I have to beat you, did you not?
That's good. I like it. Good energy.
I am starting to realize I might not be able to beat the weatherman. And if I lose on live TV in front of the entire city, that's it. I mean, there's no coming back from something like that. I am the real Hunter Williams. Austin, is he gaslighting me? He's getting so mad right now. It's the last day before the debate, and I am checking on Ethan as he does his final prep.
Like, I guess like if he's just sitting right here, I'll just like kind of like go up behind him.
And Dre and Jack are off filming the video that will hopefully play before the debate.
No, I think it's good as long as I just look like attractive.
You look great.
Hello, City of Austin.
Finalized our plan for Ethan, and eventually Dre and Jack wrapped up their shoot.
Sometimes I have confidence in doing something new, and then I do it, and then I realize I have no clue what I'm doing.
Took a minute, but Dre completed his video, so now I can finally see what he's got. Ready?
Yeah, do you have time to watch it?
Yeah, let's see it.
Hello, City of Austin. I'm Drayton Williams, and I made this video. Did you know that there was a tornado yesterday? And Hunter Williams, the weatherman, didn't even know about it. But Hunter Williams, the YouTuber, just let this video speak for itself. Hey, what do you think the weather is right now?
84 and sunny.
See, he just knows the weather already. I think the City of Austin should reconsider who they're watching. And while you're out subscribing to my Hunter Williams, just take a second and follow me on TikTok @DreFlavor and Instagram @MaybeDre. But there is one stipulation. You cannot make any edits of me. Please, guys, I am tired of people making edits of me.
Yeah, what's the, I like the first, what's the end part?
What?
Like half the video is you saying,
I think with this video,
follow me on TikTok.
Exactly.
First part's great, I love it.
Cool.
Catch you later.
Can't help but to feel that he's disappointed in me.
Somehow Dre convinced a real KView producer to let us bring our own video to play right before the debate. It looks like just a normal intro clip about the rivalry, but right after this screen, it secretly cuts to Dre's video. We are literally Trojan horsing this video onto live TV. As long as we deliver the file tomorrow and nobody checks it, our propaganda will be broadcast to the entire city. But I still feel doomed for the actual debate. It's late, I'm alone in the office, and I can already picture myself crashing on live TV. But then I remembered something that our debate teacher told me.
Dig up a few things about his personal life, right? Punch his name into Google, go back a little bit, where'd he grow up, what's he about?
I cannot believe what I just found. The second I show the world my findings, the title of most famous Hunter Williams in Austin, Texas is mine. I headed to the office to meet up with the team. Big day. Well, it's good. Biggest fear is that this goes terribly wrong. The city of Austin hates me and my life is over and I quit YouTube. We loaded up and marched toward my destiny. Today's the day everything will be decided. The day that I will prove to Austin and the world that I am the real Hunter Williams.
This doesn't feel real right now.
It really kind of doesn't. I'll be honest, it does not feel real. I don't think I've fully processed that we're actually doing this yet.
Wait, we're doing this today?
We're doing it right now. This is not a rehearsal.
Oh, I thought this was a rehearsal.
It's not a rehearsal. We're actually doing this right now. Am I nervous? No, because what I have in here is going to guarantee my victory. No nerves. KV producer came out and let us inside. This place is enormous and it's starting to feel real now. We gave Dre's video to a KV producer. Hopefully they don't check it and it actually plays. There is no sight of the weatherman, but now we're in the green room, just one door away from the live studio, one door away from the biggest moment of my life. So now we just wait until they come grab us for our segment.
Wow. I need to talk to you. Can I talk to you over here in my office? The whole sabotage thing. I think we just put that to bed. I think we revisit that in the future. Today should really be about getting our channel's name out there. This is a whole new audience for us, right? Yeah. Pitch the channel. Don't talk about me. Don't talk about Ethan. Definitely don't talk about Ethan.
I'll think about that.
No, don't think about it, right? Don't think about it. Just do it. Just do it, okay? We're good? Is that what...
It's my news debut today. It's crazy because I already made the video. Like, I don't have to perform anything like Hunter does. But I'm still nervous that my video is going to be shown. Like, what if I get no followers? Should I go live?
Yeah.
These are the last moments before we go on the air. Everyone's handling the nerves differently. Jack's freaking out. Dre's live on TikTok for some reason. I grabbed a coffee. Ethan's prepping his suit. And now we're just moments away. We just need Dre to end his live stream before we head inside.
I think I ended it. That was the craziest thing I've ever done in my life.
It's pretty insane.
I'm not sure how successful the live was. How
how successful the live was.
Dude.
I'm so sorry.
I guess this is how I'm going on. We're finally walking into the Weatherman's Fortress. I thought I knew what a new studio looked like, but this feels like a completely different world. There's lights and cameras literally everywhere. These people look super professional. It's a lot.
This is crazier than I thought.
The Weatherman is still nowhere in sight. Maybe he knows he's gonna lose, so he's too scared to show up. But all we can do now is run through the plan one last time while I am holding on to these documents like they're my golden ticket.
Everything has led to this.
They only have one more commercial break before this debate. Any second now, I am going to get to prove to everyone that I am the real Hunter Williams.
Good Thursday morning, Central Texas 8 is 8:27.
May the best man win. It's great to see.
I can't see anything.
4, 3, 2, 1.
This is Hunter Williams.
This is Hunter Williams. Hunter Williams.
I'm now the chief meteorologist here in Austin at KView.
That's right. Someone with my same name is now the head weatherman where I live, which means I am no longer the most famous Hunter Williams in my city. And if I'm not doing YouTube to be the most famous Hunter Williams, then what is all this even for? The Weatherman Hunter's audience is the entire population of Austin, which is 980,000 people. But if I can get to 1 million subscribers, then I will officially be the most well-known Hunter Williams.
Hey there, everybody.
They didn't play Dre's video. Why did they not play his video? It was supposed to play right after that clip. How did they not play it? Did the weatherman stop it? Does he know about our plans?
We have a little backstory that I think we need to fill everybody in on. There are 2 Hunter Williams. There's more than 2 Hunter Williams in this town, but there are 2 that are in a battle right now, and this actually includes me. So joining us today on Daybreak, very special guest, the other Hunter Williams.
The real Hunter Williams.
The real Hunter Williams. I like that name tag you have right there.
Thank you, yes.
All right, so what we're gonna do today, I believe we're gonna have a little bit of a debate. So Michael, could we bring you in?
Yeah, I promise to be a unbiased moderator here, although it's pretty easy. I'm gonna go with Hunter Williams on this one, who I think should keep that name. So I guess my first question is to the other Hunter Williams. How would you define the name Hunter Williams?
Say.
I mean, the other, I think that's you, right?
How would I define Hunter Williams? You know, to me, since I've been a child, I have wanted Hunter Williams to be a household name. And my fear is that you will become a household name before I do. And for example, we have the famous athlete Michael Jordan. But as you know, there's another actor named Michael B. Jordan. My fear is that you become a household name before I do, and I become Hunter D. Williams, and I don't want that.
That would be a shame.
It would be a tragedy.
Wait, do I get an opening statement? Michael, do I get
Yes.
I don't think that...
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
we have to give other Hunter an opportunity to speak with what the name means to him.
So for the KView audience who might not know me, my name is Hunter Williams. I'm the chief meteorologist here at KView. I've been here in Austin for more than 6 years. But when I was a kid, you'll like this story. I was really into the weather, and before school, I'd watch the local on the 8s every day. You know the part where it's like, today, partly cloudy, high, 88 on the Weather Channel?
It's my least favorite part.
I would watch that, and I'd memorize it on big weather days. Then I'd tell it to everybody like I knew how to forecast the weather. So I was always super into it, and here we are, a few years later, here in Austin, Texas, serving as chief meteorologist.
But you're not from Texas, right?
I'm from Alabama. Where are you from?
Texas.
What part of Texas?
Very close to the great city of Austin, about 2.5 hours north.
2.5 hours north?
Pretty close.
Is that like Oklahoma?
No, it's south of Fort Worth.
By the way, I like that comparison earlier. I do get the Michael B. Jordan comparison a lot.
You do.
So I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad
He's comparing himself to Michael Jordan now. Sure, whatever. I'm not worried. I've still got my documents, and Ethan's right there ready to throw him off. I'm just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But honestly, I think I'm ahead right now. Nobody has even mentioned the coffee spill. I don't think they can actually see it.
All right, now let's go to the other Hunter, the one with the spilt coffee on him. In one sentence, finish this statement: there can only be one Hunter Williams in Austin because.
You know, I think that there can only be one Hunter Williams in Austin because as soon as you allow two Hunter Williamses, that opens the door for a third one, and then a fourth, and then a fifth. And as soon as you allow that, the entire city of Austin will be filled with hundreds of people that are named Hunter Williams.
I mean, that would be terrible.
And before you know it, the city of Austin is not going to be named Austin. It is going to be named Hunter. And this man right here wants that. He wants the city of Austin to be named Hunter, Texas. And we cannot allow that.
Get into this. I've got.
Do you want me to
Is this like a job interview where you bring in like a blank sheet of paper? What's in there?
You have no idea.
Okay.
So I've been, I did some research on you.
Yeah?
Did some digging around.
What'd you find?
Could you tell me where you were born?
I was born in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yep. And what day?
I don't know what day of the week, but it was January 15th.
Yeah, that's right. So this matches, but there's something that's pretty interesting here that doesn't line up. You know, I am aware that some people use stage names. I've seen it with celebrities, you know, actors, musicians. A name that isn't what they were given at birth, but the public knows them by this. So for example, we have Bruno Mars, real name, Peter Hernandez.
Okay.
Pretty interesting. Another one we have is Whoopi Goldberg, real name, Karen Johnson. And what do we have here? Stage name, Hunter Williams, real name, Derek Reynolds. I found your birth records, and you have been living a lie. This debate is over. I win.
This is it. The moment I defeated the weatherman. I exposed Derek Reynolds and showed the world who he really is. Just look at him crumble.
Let me just say, for the record, unequivocally, my name is Hunter Williams. I would be willing to call my mother right now and ask her my birth name. Should we phone in my mom?
Yeah. Please, Derek.
I should have brought my phone. I should have brought my phone with me. I will say this for the record. My name is Hunter Williams. That's just the truth of the matter.
So it is not Derek.
No, Derek Reynolds. Where'd you get your name from?
I found someone that was born in Alabama on that date, and I assumed. Yeah, no, I thought this was you. So.
I mean,
everything is falling apart. It is slipping through my hands. I only have one move left. I have to pray this works.
I don't want you to feel bad that your whole argument fell apart. I think your YouTube videos. Okay, so let me just say too, this is not a green screen, so we can see. All right, we're gonna do the weather here in a moment. We are not on the green screen right now. You
told me this was supposed to be a green screen back here.
Get off. Leave.
Okay. So, and with that, we will go to the weather. Hunter, it was fantastic here.
Thanks for having me.
This conversation with you. So now we'll get into the weather forecast here. This is the green screen, actually. So if you want to come over here, we'll show you how the green screen works. We've been now 45 days since we've had measurable rain. Come on in. That actually worked pretty well. So this is the green screen. By the way, the black shorts kind of give you away a little bit, so we can still see you. But it was great.
I'm like this building right here.
Yeah, that's nice. The building has pants on. Okay. Well, that was a very successful debate, and I'm glad that we got that into the forecast. We have some rain on the way, though, so we're just coming out of New Mexico, and now we are looking at our stacking.
In this moment, I felt something I have never felt in my entire life. I felt like an imposter in my own name. Like I've been fighting for a crown that was never mine. He proved who the real Hunter Williams is. And it's not me. The city saw it. The world saw it. And for the first time, I saw it too. And I don't know how to keep going after that. So this is the last video that I will ever make. Goodbye. All right, you guys can post the video, not post it. I don't care. Channel's yours now.
Okay, I'm sorry, this is stupid. Me and you both know this is not gonna solve anything.
No, I'm not arguing. It's over.
The channel is
It's done.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's done. Good luck. Apparently Disney World has a bunch of weird secret rules that they don't list anywhere. So I'm going to break these rules one by one to see if they're just rumors or actually true. If they do end up being real, then I could get kicked out of the park, or even worse, banned from Disney World for life. But it has to be done because there is a secret mission that we're on. I'll explain that later. Thanks Shopify for sponsoring part of this video. Okay, let's test our first rule. So supposedly adults can't wear costumes into the park, so one of us is gonna see if they can get in wearing a costume.
How do you think I feel? I can't even look people in the face, bro. I cannot.
To get Ethan into the park, we have to go through 2 layers of security. We're about to go through the first layer, so let's see if he gets stopped.
Oh my God, there's so many security guards. There's so many security guards, Hunter. There's one's eyeing me right now. One's eyeing me right now.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna check your bag at the table.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
You guys are good. You go in on this.
Oh, we're good?
I figured that I'd get stopped because I have a big camera bag, but I am shocked that they didn't say anything to Ethan. Now we just have to get through the second layer of security. But before we could even get there, other guests started coming up to Ethan.
I love your outfit.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You look awesome today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, for sure.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Seeing our photo pass picture.
Are you serious? Where do you want me?
Anywhere.
Oh, we're doing princess pose. What's happening right now?
We're literally here being like, yeah, we're breaking all these rules, guys, but we don't get in trouble. And then everyone's just like so welcoming.
Ethan is way more popular than we expected, so we gotta try to get him through security quick.
Where you going?
Yeah.
You have another closing with you? You're gonna enter
Yeah.
like that.
I can't enter like this?
Nope.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
customer not allowed.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We thought we freaking bamboozled them.
I thought we got it. Dang it, dude. Okay, that rule is definitely real. At least through security quick.
Where you going?
Yeah.
You have another closing with you? You're gonna enter
Yeah.
like that.
I can't enter like this?
Nope.
Oh,
Don't customer not allowed.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We thought we freaking bamboozled them.
I thought we got it. Dang it, dude. Okay, that rule is definitely real. At least security was nice about it. Some of the rules we have coming up are ridiculous, like seeing if we can get into a secret club, doing a fake proposal, and confronting Mickey Mouse himself. I'm nervous security won't be as friendly for those. But we got a big day ahead of us because we're going to go to every Disney World park. So after Ethan finally got changed, we headed into park number 1, Animal Kingdom.
Trey, look, Trey.
Well, it's a tree.
Okay, come on, man. Yeah, so my brother Drayton hates Disney for some reason, but I'm gonna see if I can convince him that this is actually fun by the end of the day. Okay, next rule that we're gonna try is saying it's my birthday when it's not my birthday. Apparently they have like buttons that allow you to get free stuff. So we're gonna lie and say it's my birthday and see if we can get some free things. We made our way over to guest services so that I can try to get one of these birthday pins. I really don't want to get kicked out for lying, but it's time to go into the belly of the beast. Is there any birthday buttons that we could get? Oh, that was actually really easy. I guess they don't care if you lie.
Dude, hey, happy birthday, man.
It's my birthday. Okay, well, let's not do that. Enough of that.
I want to make sure that we're not standing out too much while we're breaking these rules. We need to blend in with the people here. So we went into a store and grabbed some merch and came out looking like Disney adults. And now it's time for the next rule. No vlogging on rides. So we started making our way to the craziest ride in this park to test it. Okay, so obviously we're here breaking weird rules, but there's also a much bigger mission that we're on. Disney has made sequels to everything. They've done remakes, reboots, live action versions of live action movies. But there is one movie that is extremely underrated that Disney refuses to touch again. And that movie is Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet is one of the greatest movies of all time. It's a sci-fi adventure where a guy named Jim Hawkins goes on a voyage to find hidden treasure on a distant planet. It's got action, humor, heart, and it's space pirates. I mean, come on. But ever since it came out over 20 years ago, Disney hasn't done anything with it. So our mission here is to stir up just a little, just enough chaos to get Disney to pay attention to this hidden gem. And I think some of the things that we have planned are guaranteed to do that. So we got to keep breaking these rules. And now we're at the ride where we're testing the no vlogging on rides rule. Expedition Everest.
Whoa, it's Mount Everest in the middle of Florida.
Gee, take it easy.
It's a replica.
Stop. Drayton keeps saying how dumb this roller coaster is going to be and how he's not going to have any fun, but he's never been on this ride before. So we're going to have him vlog it to see if he actually doesn't enjoy it and to see if the Disney security tells him to stop vlogging.
So we're going on the ride right now. Oh, so cool. Oh no, we're about to go over. Oh no.
Just kidding. Just kidding about that one. This isn't even fun. Oh, this isn't even fun.
Did you have fun?
Like a 2 out of 10, maybe.
Okay. All right, well, no one came up to us, so I'm going to say that no vlogging on rides is busted.
All right, boys, park number 1 down. Do you guys think Disney's like reconsidering doing another Treasure Planet now?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot more for Disney to take notice. So some of the rules we plan to test later will demand much more attention. I will do whatever it takes to make Disney create another Treasure Planet, okay? So it is time for the second location.
All right, park number 2, Hollywood Studios, baby.
Wow, can't wait to do Hollywood Studios.
This park's actually like, it's one of the best.
Okay, this rule is a little bit different than the other ones. One of the rules that they have for the cast members is that they're not allowed to break character. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna find someone that is playing a character and we're gonna try to break them. We figure Star Wars Galaxy's Edge has got to have some characters walking around, so we're making our way there.
What do y'all think?
This is amazing.
Right?
Too bad they made like 90 shows to completely ruin everything. But there's so many planets, so it's infinite how many things we can make.
Kept looking around for a cast member and finally found someone playing Rey. Drayton keeps bragging, saying he took an improv class one time and will definitely be able to get her to break character. He said he has a question he's going to ask her that is guaranteed to make her break.
Rin! 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 Ray, that's what it is. So sorry, I called her Rin.
Not a great start, but now it's time to let my brother cook.
If he had a space name, what would it be?
Probably Hunter. That's his name, is it?
Hunt. If y'all had human names, what would it be?
I am a human, so I would have to say.
Is that what it is in Star Wars?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Damn it. Honestly, the look on her face was like, I think I kind of got her to break character on it.
Okay, so supposedly you're not allowed to use a selfie stick at Disney. So I'm about to just walk around with the most obnoxious selfie stick ever and see if anybody tells me to stop.
All right, what is up, you guys? We are here at Disney World at the Millennial Falcon right here, which...
While we're seeing if this is a rule and if I get stopped, I'm gonna tell you guys about Shopify. Shopify gives you all the tools you need to run a full business, not just build a website. You can sell across social platforms like Instagram, Facebook, even YouTube, all from one dashboard. And I would know this because I've been using Shopify the past few months while building my own store. Yeah. We've seen all your comments asking to buy the ridiculous stuff that we make for these videos. So we're building on Shopify to make a place where you can finally get these things.
There's something very, very cool about just the realism in everything here.
When we started using Shopify, I didn't really have a detailed plan, just a few ideas, but Shopify is making it super simple to bring them to life. Whether you're just getting something off the ground or already doing real numbers, Shopify is gonna scale with you. Their Summer 25 update just dropped too, and it is stacked. AI-generated product images, better tools for email and SEO, and this thing called Sidekick. It's like having a built-in assistant that helps you run your store. Plus, with their newest design tools, you can design your shop by saying what you want, and AI makes it real. It is easier than ever to take that first step. Just go to shopify.com/Hunter Williams to start your free trial.
No, yeah, that is insane.
apologies for interrupting.
Oh, yes.
Just heads up that the selfie sticks aren't permitted inside the park.
Oh my goodness.
You're welcome to use it if you keep it pushed all the way in.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Guys, I didn't realize. I guess I'm not allowed to use a selfie stick here. Make sure to subscribe and press the like button because we're here at the Millennial Falcon. I guess, yeah, that's true.
Dang it.
Myth
busted. Actually, it's confirmed, not busted. I don't know why Ethan said that.
Okay, so apparently Disney World's not allowed to have anything Spider-Man related. So that's kind of what we're testing right here. If Ethan walks around with a Spider-Man toy, is someone gonna stop him or say something? Is it true Spider-Man isn't allowed anywhere in the park, or is it just rides and stuff? Let's see.
We walked around looking for an employee that Ethan can test this with, and we eventually found someone. So he's going in.
Hey man, quick question. It's okay if I have the Spider-Man toy right in here? Even if it does that, it's fine?
What do you mean?
Like even if it like does this, it's cool? Like it's fine that I have him, it's allowed?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, appreciate it, man.
Are you allowed to?
Yes, I'm allowed to have him. That was the most awkward thing ever though. Why do I always do that, dude? I always like have it in my mind and I walk up there and I'm like, hey, it's okay if I have Spider-Man in here, right? And I'm like, no, it's like okay that he does this? And he's like, yeah.
I guess now we know, cool.
I'm like the most awkward person of all time.
All right, progress is being made on breaking these rules.
This is just so much walking. But it's worth it, right? For Treasure Planet? Right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, maybe the guys are having doubts, but they don't know what I have planned that is guaranteed to make Disney finally pay attention to their greatest treasure. So we headed to the next park, Epcot.
I keep getting stopped at security because I've got a camera in my bag. And every time the person that's looking through my bag has complimented my shirt saying they love Treasure Planet. And I've asked all of them if they have any plans of adding stuff. And every time, it's a no. It's a tragedy.
All the more reason to keep stirring up chaos. Next up, no clothes with profanity.
What the fuck, bro?
Why'd you say it like that?
Like what?
Why are you talking like that?
Like what?
Is frick profanity?
I don't know if this is a good test, but we put Drayton over near some security guards, so let's see if they say anything.
And also like things of like this over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then also things like. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I don't know if this one counts. Next rule is no riding the same ride multiple times in a row. Apparently, a lady got kicked out of the park for doing this and sued Disney. So we're just gonna ride the same ride over and over until someone says something.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, sorry.
Wait, yeah, are you excited?
No, dude.
We picked Journey into Imagination because it has the shortest wait time, but none of us have been on this ride before, and we might be riding this same ride for literally hours. So hopefully it's fun and, doesn't have one of those annoying songs that just plays the entire time.
But imagine what you could see if you used your imagination. One sparkling light.
I have no idea who the target audience is for this ride. This is a weird one. This ride shoots skunk smells at you, has rooms that are upside down, some insane visuals, and it's all to a song that is already stuck in our heads after the first time hearing it.
What is this?
I am genuinely shocked. Like, I cannot explain how insane this ride is.
What was that? Oh no.
This was a fever dream.
It really was.
Okay, yeah, that was awful. Here we go again.
I hope they say no, they just go, oh, you just went.
Would have been nice, but none of the employees stopped us. So we loaded up for round 2. Drayton immediately put in earbuds to listen to a podcast. This is definitely a lot tougher than I expected it to be. I really hope we do not get stuck doing this all day.
It's kind of better the second time.
Was it?
It kind of grows on you a little bit.
We made our way back around and Drayton decided he's bowing out on this rule. I honestly can't blame him. Ethan said he enjoyed it more the second time, so maybe it'll click for me this time.
Y'all going again?
Yes.
I know every part of it now. I know every part.
I don't want to be here anymore.
I am losing my mind. We're having to walk all the way around from the exit to to the entrance every time, and it's making this take so long. The employees have to recognize this at this point.
Hi. Oh, you're joking. Howdy.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Too. Okay, thank you so much.
I'm back.
Finally, someone remembered us, but she didn't tell us to stop, so here we go again.
No more treasure planet. No more treasure planet. No more treasure planet.
Again.
How many?
2.
Are you guys doing like a challenge?
We are trying to see how many times we can go on this. Is there a limit?
No, there's not, but people do it all the time.
Yeah, apparently there's guests that do this regularly on some rides, so.
That's busted.
Yeah, there's the answer right there, I guess.
We did this for nothing.
Can I ask why you guys keep riding it?
We heard that there was a myth that you couldn't keep going on the same ride.
So we're like, what happens if we just keep going on this ride?
I don't think anything is really gonna happen.
Are you gonna kick us out right now?
Yeah, actually, you have to go. What else is door?
Thank you. I'll leave right now.
I was really just about to say, if you want, instead of going all the way around, just come up that little hallway. But I mean.
All right, this is our last one.
This, I swear, we're done.
So bye, y'all.
Why?
No, we're
No!
done. Bye.
We have it all to ourselves. Look at this.
I know, no one's here. You know what? This is a good ride.
This is a good ride. I don't even care about the skunk smell anymore.
Come on.
Skunk! 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 Skunk!
We're done. You're done? Yeah, we're done, actually.
We can finally head to the next and final park, Magic Kingdom. This is where we'll do something that is bound to get Disney to pay attention to Treasure Planet.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
They're required to say it?
At this point, they might be.
Dang, dude, there it is. Cinderella Castle, which means it's finally time for a proposal. There's a viral clip of a couple's proposal getting ruined by a cast member who runs up and grabs the ring out of the guy's hand. So Drayden and Ethan are gonna propose to each other to see if the same thing happens here.
They are so nervous for this right now.
This one's gonna be insane. We're just walking around trying to find the perfect spot to do this.
What are y'all thinking? Yeah, where are y'all gonna do this at?
Probably like right there towards the middle.
Right here, like out in the open, you're gonna do it? Really?
This is the most popular spot in Disney World, so if this isn't allowed, we will definitely get stopped.
God, yeah, I'm like nervous.
Are you really?
The boys eventually built up the courage, and we moved into position so that Drayton can get down on one knee and propose to Ethan.
Dog, you've been my bro for so long. And you'll always be my bro forever. And I love you. Will you be my bro for a lifetime?
Yes.
Sick. Shout out all the big dogs. Shout out the homies.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Which way are you going? You're going to go. Okay, I'll wait. See you.
Wow, that was beautiful. Just as Ethan met up with me, we saw some security heading towards us, but then they just walked right by.
Well, no one stopped you. No. That was very long. A lot of people saw that for sure.
James, bro, I love you.
That.
You're going to go. Okay, I'll wait. See you.
Wow, that.
Sick. Shout out all the big dogs. Shout out the homies.
Thank you so much.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Which way are you going? You're going to go. Okay, I'll wait. See you.
Wow, that was beautiful. Just as Ethan met up with me, we saw some security heading towards us, but then they just walked right by.
Well, no one stopped you. No. That was very long. A lot of people saw that for sure.
James, bro.
It was very long. A lot of people saw that for sure. That was very long. A lot of people saw saw that for sure.
James like, bro, I love you, bro.
Second to last rule, no touching the Club 33 door. If you don't know, Club 33 is a super private lounge for like VIPs and stuff. They are super secretive about this place. So much so that apparently you can't even touch the door. Okay, to the secret door, here we go. See what happens.
Bro, you can't do that. Yo, you can't do that.
What?
Bro, stop.
You're not allowed to go in there.
This one you're not?
Through here? Can we not go in?
I don't know, maybe touch it. No, with Club 34.
He likes that a lot.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Oh, no way, for real? Nice. Cool. Heck yeah, I appreciate it. Have a good one. Oh, that's crazy. That just goes to show how much progress we've made in my pursuit to become more famous than my local weatherman. If you haven't heard, my local weatherman has the same name as me, but his audience is 980,000 people. My goal is to be the most famous Hunter Williams in my city by reaching 1 million subscribers. Subscribe to help me defeat my local weatherman.
Come here, little square.
Don't touch it.
Come here, little square.
All right, the final boss.
The final boss.
This is the final step in our plan to stir up chaos in the name of Treasure Planet. Our goal? Confront Mickey Mouse himself.
This is gonna be the moment that he actually tells us. He's gonna be like, I know what you've been doing. You've been breaking all the rules. Well, I'm gonna break a rule.
All right, this is it. I feel like I'm Jim Hawkins right before entering Treasure Planet. I'll admit it, I'm nervous. If this goes south, we could very quickly get a lifetime ban. There's also a bunch of kids around, and I don't want to ruin their magical moment. But the mouse is gatekeeping something way more magical. So it's time for me to do what I have to freaking do.
Hi, Mickey. Hello. Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Let's all get a photo. Hey, Mickey.
Awesome.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mickey.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mickey.
Thank you.
I couldn't do it. Maybe it was a dumb idea to go up against a $200 billion corporation. But what if I told you that we got something even more valuable than just a little chaos? Just before coming here, I created a contract disguised as an autograph book, one that will require Disney to do something with Treasure Planet by the year 2030. So all we really needed was a signature from the mouse in charge. And we freaking got it.
Fell right into our trap.
Right into our trap.
Our mouse trap.
Disney doesn't know it yet, but they just greenlit a sequel to the most criminally underrated masterpiece of the century. Maybe when it comes out, Drayton will learn to love Disney. Maybe Ethan will get the Journey into Imagination song out of his head. Maybe I can experience the feeling of watching perfection all over again. But for now, me and the boys just wait. The ball is in your court, Disney.
We absolutely live in a simulation, and it is simulated by another civilization.
Is our reality manufactured by some unknown entity?
We are living in a computational world.
This man says he found a code hidden in the fabric of our reality.
There's millions of characters, they're moving all the time.
A code that may prove our world is not what we think.
It really feels like you're looking through a microscope into a whole new world that you never knew existed.
What is the true nature of the world we live in?
What is it really? I'm claiming we're about to find out.
For thousands of years, humans have asked the question, why are we here? Wondering about the origins and purpose of our existence. Countless theories have been proposed, from creation myths by all-powerful beings to more recent explanations from the fields of science. Many of the proposed explanations include the idea that our life on Earth is not the only dimension to reality. Other realms are thought to exist, everything from Valhalla to Hades and heaven. Some question whether our world is even real, theorizing that our reality is just an illusion created by the higher beings in these other dimensions. A simulation of sorts. I recently spent a couple of days with a proponent of this idea, an independent researcher named Danny Goller. And what is it that you're researching?
The connection between consciousness and matter.
Danny claims he discovered a technique to see into a different layer of reality.
I am the discoverer, or the claiming discoverer, of a unique phenomena in that it is a repeatable experiment that people can do. I'm not suggesting that people should do it, but it just happens to be the case that if you ingest DMT and you project a diffracted laser on the surface, you will see what seems to be a self-executing code of some sort in the surfaces where you project the diffracted laser. What seems to be a very digital in nature, infinite clock that runs these weird symbols in it. And it seems to be something fundamental in that it doesn't really respond to anything that people do. So it doesn't really care who you are, where you are, when you are, the conditions of your mind, the temperature in the room. Doesn't matter if you're playing music, doesn't matter if you play frequencies, doesn't matter if you even introduce magnetic fields. It's just doing what it's doing. It really feels like you're looking through a microscope into a whole new world that you never knew existed. We absolutely live in a simulation, and it is simulated by another civilization.
Is our reality manufactured by man, Hades, and heaven?
Anything that people do, so it doesn't really care who you are, where you are, when you are, the conditions of your mind, the temperature in the room. Doesn't matter if you're playing music, doesn't matter if you play frequencies, doesn't matter if you even introduce magnetic fields. It's just doing what it's doing. It really feels like you're looking through a microscope into a whole new world that you never knew existed.
It's not just letters that you see. There are geometries that present themselves. It makes it easier for multiple subjects to see the same thing at the same time. So I can see that geometry and I can say to you, are you seeing this tetrahedron like in this position over here? Yes. And can you see the characters that are over here? Yes. Okay. What do we? Let's match these characters and make sure that we're seeing the same thing.
Danny and his business partner Carter are having others participate in the experiment to gather as much information as they can about this phenomenon.
The real game here is making sure that we're setting this up for the maximum odds that someone is going to see the content. So it will work up against like this foam sort of material in this particular Faraday cage, but the real ideal is to use something that has like a not too reflective surface, but a very matte surface. And this one seems to be set up pretty well. So we're gonna set this thing up so that we can give people the best odds of success.
I met Danny and Carter at Falcon Space, a lab in New Jersey researching alternative propulsion methods. Mark, the owner of Falcon Space, and two others were going to take part in Danny's experiment to try to see the code.
think we're going to mount some cameras in here too, just to make sure that we're getting, people seeing it for the first time appropriately. So we're going to work through some of that.
Danny and Carter were also filming for a documentary that is being made about their research, hoping to capture the reactions of people witnessing the code for the first time.
One of the things that we find a lot is that the filming of the lights itself is the least interesting part. The filming of the response I have found to be the most fun. And it's because the response is very consistent.
They refer to the characters that appear in the laser as the code of reality, thinking that what they are seeing is the source code of the simulation we live in.
We are living in a computational world. In fact, the constituents of what makes up the real world is actually computational. It's like the Matrix, but in reverse. It's the opposite of what is shown in the movie. So in the movie, we're in the Matrix, which is the computational world, it's the fake world, and we're trying to get back to the real world. In reality, the computational world is the real world, and we are in a subset from that real world that we call real, physical, but it's actually just a tiny subset in a much larger computational space, much larger operational space. But for all intents and purposes, the state that I'm occupying inside is not one of thinking that maybe, but one of absolute knowing. We absolutely live in a simulation, and it is simulated by another civilization. It's not just like random laws or something like this.
The idea that we're living in a simulation has been explored by science fiction for decades. Philosophers have speculated on this subject for thousands of years. Plato's allegory of the cave tells the story of people living in a cave since infancy. They are forced to face the cave walls. Behind them is a fire which their captors use to create shadows on the wall in front of them. Their entire lives, what they think is reality, is nothing more than shadow puppets. Zhuangzi, the ancient Chinese philosopher, had the butterfly dream. And there's the more modern brain in a vat thought experiment, very similar to the movie The Matrix. All of these questioning whether what we experience and believe is actually real. Now, simulation theory has moved beyond the pages of science fiction and philosophical thought experiments. The idea of a simulated reality is being taken seriously by many.
Someone programs a universe, and in there they gain maturity and technology, and then they program a universe, and then they program a universe. So you can have nested, simulated universes all the way down, but there's only one real universe. Now throw a dart at all those universes, which one are you most likely to hit? A simulated universe.
Some estimates say that there is a 50-50 chance that we are in a simulation. Part of Danny's goal researching the code of reality is to find a way to prove simulation theory to be true.
Now we're actually trying to prove this scientifically. So we have a couple of physicists on board, engineers, and we're trying to think about this in more coherent terms. Is there something we can actually show, prove, so we can actually, put something on paper that makes sense even to a mainstream scientist that won't necessarily do the experiment themselves?
As Danny suggests, one of the requirements of this experiment precludes a lot of people from attempting it. That is the DMT component.
Dimethyltryptamine, which is what DMT stands for, is a neuromodulator. Your body makes it naturally. We don't exactly know what its function currently in our metabolism, but there's recent studies, for example, one by Dr. John Dean with rats. He discovered that they have comparable amounts of dimethyltryptamine in their intracranial liquid to dopamine and serotonin during waking hours. What this means, in simple terms, everybody knows what dopamine and serotonin are. You have certain amounts of those in the blood and intracranial liquid every day, and they're responsible for a big chunk of how you feel and everything. It is the same average amount of dimethyltryptamine in your intracranial liquid, or at least for rats, as dopamine and serotonin, which means it plays some fundamental role somehow in your way of experiencing the world. What it's actually doing, we don't know. It's a very simple molecule. And when you smoke it, so you add more to the system, the feeling is that you're perceiving more of what reality is. Like there's more channels open up. Like it's almost like it's responsible for perception itself. That's what it feels like. Now that's obviously speculative.
As Danny mentioned, DMT, when ingested, alters the subject's perceptions. Because of this, it is considered a hallucinogen and psychedelic drug. The United States classifies DMT as a Schedule I controlled substance. But it is the subject of several scientific studies around the world. Some indicate that it may have potential therapeutic benefits for treating anxiety and depression. DMT has been used in traditional medicines for probably thousands of years. Perhaps its most famous application is as the psychoactive ingredient in ayahuasca, a South American brew made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of a plant containing dimethyltryptamine. Ayahuasca is traditionally administered by curanderos and shamans during spiritual practice for healing and visioning. Many users of ayahuasca report intense mystical experiences and spiritual revelations, often accompanied by visiting other realms and even seeing entities. It's experiences similar to these that led Danny to develop his experiment. How did you come across this experiment?
It's a long story, and the short version of that is that I became very interested in the question of whether there's a way to discern whether the psychedelic space is real or not. And what I mean by real is, does it exist even when we're not looking? Like, does it have its own reality outside of our perception of it? And because my experiences with DMT were so realistic, as for many people, I decided that if the space in fact is real, there should be some way to determine that. And I started thinking about this from first principles. For many people, I decided that if the space in fact is real, there should be some way to determine that. And I started thinking about this from first principles. One of the things I realized that light must be involved somehow, because I see it with my eyes, the psychedelic space, content. The other thing that became clear is that if the space is real, and all of those obviously were under the banner of if, we don't know, but if the space is real, then it's operating by some rules. It has a geometry, it has a topology, it has some regulations by which it's functioning. And it has some entry point for us. So even if the space is infinite, sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't see it. So that means that somehow we cross a boundary of some sort sometimes. And that sent me down the path that was very long and windy. And eventually I came up with a set of ideas that became some early attempts of trying to do something with light and then with lasers. And then all of a sudden, boom, lo and behold, you project a diffractive laser and you see code. Now, to be quite honest, I've discovered this now almost 4 years ago. And so far, it's still all we know.
The lasers for the experiment I witnessed were set up in a Faraday cage.
This is a great setup for isolating interference and other electrical signals. Verify the work. It's good. Really good. I'm excited. Yeah, let's go grab this.
They're about ready to go.
Mark went first to attempt to see the code.
I don't see it.
I'm gonna wait a couple minutes and I'll go back.
Okay. The first attempt didn't seem to be a success. What do you say to folks who either just flat out don't believe you, or the people who have tried and can't see it, and then hence don't necessarily?
Yeah, don't believe. Yeah, I know you're asking the right question. Well, one of the things I always try to do up front is manage expectations, because it's very possible that when others do the protocol here with us, that they may not see the code. Like so far in the subjects that we've tested, about 1 in 10 can never see it. 6 in 10 see it the first time. And then usually another 3 in 10 on their second or third try.
Next up to try the experiment was Tom.
We look at the red one, right? We look at the red one?
The red one? I think it's not sharp enough.
Doesn't matter.
I think the green might take you through.
The green might take you through. Make sure that you're looking into the speckle, not at the surface. You don't want to be looking at the surface. So you want to be literally looking into the field that is inside. So like literally,
Okay.
It's almost like it's a window.
Okay.
And you're looking into that glistening
I
stuff.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, here we go.
I can see the depth now.
Yep. So now look into the depth. And then see if you can resolve anything of the little tiny things moving around. It's almost microscopic in the beginning.
Yeah, so small.
Yep.
They look so far. It looks like you're looking into a giant room.
There's green and black dots everywhere. It looks like a giant sphere, is what I'll say. It's just like... And then as this moves, that doesn't move. It's like this. I don't know.
It's like I'm looking through a window.
Best I can verbiage it. All right. That was pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
The room Tom described.
It's like I'm looking through a window.
Best I can verbiage it. All right. That was pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
The room Tom described certainly piqued my interest. But part of the technique to view the code is to diffuse your focus, similar to viewing an autostereogram like the popular Magic Eye posters from the 1990s.
It converts your attention closer. It's almost like a diffusion of your attention more than anything.
This makes me wonder if the depth or room that Tom was seeing is just an optical illusion augmented by the DMT. Danny insists it's much more. And when he entered the Faraday cage, he indeed claims he saw more than just a room.
I'm just gonna Kaf Lamed Mem Shin Ein Reish Aleph. It's all the Hebrew letters that I'm seeing kind of appearing. So there's definitely someone in there. Let's just make it clear. Someone lives in here. This is someone's home.
As I'm sure you can imagine, that last statement made me take.
This is someone's home.
As I'm sure you can imagine, that last statement made me take notice, and is a topic I definitely wanted to hear more about.
One of the things that we prepare folks who are going to do the experiment for the first time for is the fact that there's a non-0% chance that an entity will appear in the light itself. And so far, in my experience, it does not appear to be intentional. It feels that it might be accidental. As in, we may be shining a light into a space where these entities may just be, and we just happen to be shining a light in, who knows what, their office or their house, or I don't even know. but when they tend to notice it, surprise isn't the right word, but interest is the right word. Like they tend to come and they want to like look at the light and see what's going on with the light typically. But definitively, entities do occasionally appear in the frame.
At first, the claim that entities appear in the light seems fantastic. But if we are living in a simulation or some sort of multi-dimensional reality, perhaps it actually makes sense that some sort of creatures or beings would exist in this alternate space. Many users of DMT have reported seeing various entities. Famously, Terence McKenna, the late psychedelic philosopher, described seeing machine elves.
There are definitely entities on the other side. I encounter self-transforming elf machines, which are creatures, entities, perhaps, although they're not made out of matter. They're made out of, as nearly as I can figure it out, they're made out of syntax driving light.
So for a long time in the DMT space, a lot of people meet beings. That's not new or special to me. And they seem to be as real as you and I, but usually they kind of appear in slightly esoteric ways. Like sometimes there's just a presence or a feeling or an energy. Rarely you see their form. There's a lot of different species. The ones that I understand to be weaving our physical reality are insectoids. There are others, there are many others, but the insectoid seems to be responsible for our reality.
Danny says he knows this information because it was shown to him.
So one fateful day, there was just this one vision. I guess you can call it a vision, but it was just basically a simulation. They just showed me, they brought up this entire apparatus in front of me, and it was as real as you are to me. It's just enormous satellite dishes that rose between the trees and the mountains. I was living in Pasadena back then. And they had these like symbols on them, very similar to what we see in the code. And then the whole everything was stripped to the grid. And just like, it was just grid. Basically, what I saw was a replica of the entire other side of the block, just upside down, sitting on some kind of a assembly arm. And then the whole arm, whatever it was, in this enormous thing, just rose up and just went clunk and just set on the other side of the street, and everything started reforming in zigzags from far away, just set on the other side of the street, and everything, whole arm, entire other side of the block, just upside down, sitting on some kind of a assembly arm. And then the whole arm, whatever it was, in this enormous thing, just rose up and just went clunk and just set on the other side of the street, and everything started reforming in zigzags from far away, closer and closer and closer to me, until like I saw cars, people, dogs appear out of nowhere. And then it just went and then there was just silence. And I have to be honest that I actually never thought that even if I would know there was a simulation, it would do anything to me. Because I thought, well, who cares? Like, my experience is still real to me. You know, if you stub your toe in the middle of the night and it hurts, you don't care if somebody comes and tells you, oh, don't worry about it, that's a simulation. It's like, no, if it hurts, right? That's real to me right now. So I never thought that it would matter, but I was wrong. There was something in that moment, there's a gut punch. You do feel gutted. It's like because there is this sense of like, wait, like, am I a puppet? Like, this is kind of meaningless? Like, what is the... I later realized that it's not the case, because all they're showing you is that there's just a larger picture to the situation. If a civilization that is way more advanced than you runs you on their, computer, if you have consciousness, it's not different than being rendered by the laws of physics. Like, really, there's no difference. Like, as long as there's real experience, that's all that matters. It doesn't really matter because it's simulations all the way up. It's just simulations on top of simulations on top of simulations. They're also simulated, so it just keeps going, right? That was that pivotal moment where I moved from thinking that it might be the case to knowing for a fact.
The possibility that we're in a simulation raises all sorts of questions. It makes me think of modern video games. Am I the player character being controlled by some other entity? Am I the non-player character, just repeating the same handful of programmed actions? Even if we aren't in a simulation, video games are a decent, if imperfect, analogy for the simulation hypothesis. And makes me think about something Danny said earlier.
I became very interested in the question of whether there's a way to discern whether the psychedelic space is real or not. Does it exist even when we're not looking?
If we are living in a simulation, this idea of something not existing when we're not looking at it could be the reason he sees the code in the laser to begin with. After all, this is how a video game would work. Video games have a limited amount of processing power to work with, and only draw assets on the screen that the player can see. If the player is inside a building, the system conserves resources by not rendering the world outside. Maybe the simulation we live in works the same way. Perhaps shining the laser onto the wall is showing source code. No one can see what's behind the wall, so our simulation doesn't need to render it. Maybe this laser beam is a glitch in the simulation or Easter egg that allows people to see the underlying code of our reality.
That you want to be looking past the lines, so you want the lines to be completely blurred out in your vision.
After some instruction from Danny, the third participant tried the experiment.
Even though it's not focused so much, it's fine.
Yeah, because it's inside the surface. The focus of the actual thing, it doesn't matter. This is super clear, like with the red. You see this like field of buckyballs, and the code is basically making up this entire thing.
After a few minutes, Jay began to see something.
I feel like there's Hebrew letters trying to come out.
There you go. Now you see.
But they're everywhere. It's billions of them.
Usually people describe it as either Japanese or Chinese, but it definitely has a lot of Hebrew in there.
I'm not saying definitive letters. The shapes are familiar because I know the Hebrew language, but it's not sharp at all. It's almost like my brain is telling me to see things that aren't there.
In the beginning, yeah.
So I couldn't say that this is, oh, I'm seeing it, or is this the placebo effect?
Jay was able to see shapes in both the red and green lasers. Afterwards, he was still trying to make sense of what it was.
How do you describe it? So it's everything focuses on one point, and now this point, imagine the point is the size of the tip of a pen. But in that tip, there is hundreds of things moving, shapes, almost like a kaleidoscope. Now, I know from my ayahuasca trips that those things can turn into things. And as you separate that all, maybe there's something there. So I feel like I at least got to that point where there's something happening there, but my brain's telling me that that could very possibly just be my mind tripping, right? Not necessarily is it happening out there, maybe it's happening in here.
Jay's hesitation to attribute what he saw to an external phenomenon is understandable given the hallucinogen component to the experiment. Now, all of this is kind of geared around individual perception. So how do you prove any of it?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, well, consider this. I mean, we have a court of law, right? That derives on evidence. And much of the evidence is human witnesses, human drawings, human recollections. And in that space, it's fair to say that human recollections are not very good, right? Which is why one witness is oftentimes not enough. And so the thing that I consider is, well, how many witnesses is enough to say that this thing is true or not true? And we're up to about 3,000 subjects who have now seen the code. Is that enough? And my perspective is well, that's enough for me to move on to other levels of experimentation.
When Jay was in the Faraday cage, he brought up a lot of the counter-arguments that Danny and Carter face when presenting the code of reality to others.
So this is a pretty weird experience. I'm staring at a piece of paper against the wall, seeing if I'm going to hallucinate something. Theoretically, isn't it just a reflection of a light being shone in my eyes?
What is causing people to see the code? Is it just a hallucination? Is it just a phenomenon of reflected light? Is it the power of suggestion? It's questions like these that make me wonder if this is a real phenomenon. How can it be proven?
The truthful answer to your question is one that almost sounds defensive, but I don't mean it defensively. I am actually not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm making information available. So I'm interested in what in fact is true, because I am of the mind that this is true. After a very long process with it, I'm making it available for others to know that. Whether people accept it or think it's plausible, that's actually none of my concern. The issue is to bring it into something that is something that we can do something together with as a civilization. That would require to put it through the ringer of science. It needs to go through the stage. I'm sure you noticed I like to quote Terence McKenna quite a bit. He famously said, if it's real, it can take the pressure. That's my response. If it's real, it can take the pressure.
Being able to see the source code of our reality is certainly an intriguing idea. But with
Today, I'm in New York City, and I'm gonna be giving my phone number to everyone. You see, I thought it'd be a fun little experiment if I put up a bunch of signs all around the city, and then I see who calls. The only catch is I have to do whatever they ask me to do.
Someone just texted me and asked to get a matching tattoo.
I guess this is her. Hello? We're literally just hoping to go on as many different side quests as we can, and they're given to us by total strangers. So, today I'm in New York City. Started. The first thing I had to do, given to us by total.
All right, just so there we go. If you need anything,
at least. Today I'm in. Today we'll do what to. I guess this is her. Hello? We're literally just hoping to go on as many different side quests as we can, and they're given to us by total strangers. So, let's get started.
The first thing I had to do was buy a new phone. Obviously, I'm not gonna be putting my real phone number up, so I'm just gonna go buy a quick little burner phone. Next, I had to get some supplies to actually make the signs. Posters, markers, tape, bada bing, bada boom. Now that we had everything we needed, we just gotta make sure that the phone works.
all right, just set up the phone. Let's see if it works. There we go. Okay, next step is we're gonna write a bunch of these signs. Just gonna write things like, call me if you need anything, call me if you need me, stuff like that. We're basically just gonna see who is gonna take us on a side quest today. That's the goal. So let's go put these up.
I'm hoping we get like at least a few, because like we put them up in high traffic areas. So like, let's hope somebody calls. Someone just texted. Why would somebody text when it clearly says call? Should I break up with my boyfriend? How are we supposed to compete when this is the ad right here? Earn money listening to Jewish podcasts? $15 a podcast? I should have put like, call me, $100. That would have been smart.
After I put up all the signs, all I had to do was pretty much wait. So I took a little pit stop at Washington Square Park, and then I finally got my first call on the phone.
Oh, the phone's ringing. I was like, what is that? The phone. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me? Oh, they hung up. They hung up. What the hell? No way. Oh, here we go. Hello?
Sorry?
Yes. What do you need?
Okay, listen.
Oh, I'm listening.
I'm a lash tech, right?
You're what?
I'm a lash tech.
What does that mean? Oh, you do lashes for a living. Okay.
Well, I'm currently college right now, so I just do lashes like at my house.
Are you passionate about it?
I am.
Well, what? Hold on. What are you doing today?
We're going to pop up. Yeah, we're going to pop up here in, I don't know, Chinatown. You should take pictures with us. We're doing a self-portrait pop-up picture thing.
Absolutely. Okay, where you at?
I'll send you, I can tell the address right now.
Okay, bet. I'm at Washington Square Park. How far?
Honestly, we're not from New York, but that seems pretty far.
Hey, it's not far at all. I'll make it happen.
Okay, I'll give you the address. You let me know how far it's away from you.
Okay, what's your name?
Bailey and Lindsay.
Bailey and Lindsay. Okay, I'm Parker. All right, I'll meet you there.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. Side quest number 1. Yo. Oh my God, just gonna go take pictures with them. Okay, side quest number 1. I really don't even know where we're going. I think we're going to take pictures. We'll see how this one goes. We are 10 minutes away. I'm walking towards you. See me? Hi. What's up? How's it going?
Hey.
Parker. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Bailey,
you.
nice to meet you.
This is Flip.
Flip, hi.
So what is this? Where are we?
Honestly, it's a pop-up. You get to do self-portraits.
Okay.
Yeah, we're visiting the city for the weekend.
From where?
DC.
Oh wow, first time or no?
No, first time.
You have a Pokemon card in your phone?
I do.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I got it for free.
Are you into Pokemon?
No.
Do you know who that is?
No, I just thought it was cute.
Sylveon.
I'm a poser.
That's okay. So you go in here and you take a picture.
Allegedly. Yeah. We've been in line. We've been in line, actually.
Okay.
We've never seen anyone go in either.
Oh no. Hey, this is our first side quest. We just put all those up, so like you were the first people to call.
No way.
And like 3 people called on the way here, but like I wanted to see what's going on here first.
We waited in this line for hours. This was a very long first side quest, but I was actually having a pretty good time talking to my 2 new friends. As I was waiting though, the phone kept ringing.
Oh, someone said, yo, what's good, crispy? What the hell? Somebody know it's me. Oh, he's calling. Hello? Can you hear me? How did you know that? You saw me putting up the sign. Okay. Okay. Well, do you need anything?
You actually bought one of like my
Wait, I bought one of your Pokemon cards?
yeah, like one of like the mystery boxes.
Oh, that I opened on my Pokemon channel. That's funny. What a small world. So what you're saying is you have more of those and you can give them to me, is what you're saying?
Sure.
Whatever you need, bro. You think of it, you call back. All right, bet. I missed a call during that. This phone's ringing nonstop now. I work at a vintage store called Harley's in Lower East Side. They texted saying, can I get a pack of mint gum and a water? Should I just deliver it to them?
So when you get to the store, ask if they need help in the store.
Yes, yeah. Okay, I told them I'll be there in an hour. Let's see if they're still working. We next. Oh, we're ready.
Okay, I gotta go. Hold on.
You guys go first.
Okay, welcome guys. Thank you.
Oh, we're ready.
Okay, I gotta go. Hold on.
You guys go first.
Okay, welcome guys. Thank you so much for waiting. I know it was a long time and y'all are trying to get content, so.
You wanna know how we got here?
How?
So today I bought this phone and I put the number all around the city. I was like, call me if you need help with anything. They were the first people to call. Like, we're doing this photo thing, come check it out. So yeah, now we're here.
Wait, like y'all needed help doing this?
No.
No, it was free.
Oh yeah, it said free advice as well. Yeah. So
Extra advice.
Heard.
yeah.
All right, dope. Well, welcome. I'm glad that we all found ourselves here.
This was actually a pretty cool pop-up. You basically have this little remote in your hand and you're looking into a mirror and you get to take pictures. It was a very unique experience. First, the girls went and got some pictures. Then it was my turn. I kind of ate these up, I can't lie.
All right, cool. This mom needs to. Like, you're making this face. All right, go for that.
3, 2, 1. Then I got like scared.
Mind you, we just messed it.
Y'all look like a family.
fun, but it took a very long time. The girl who worked at the vintage shop had now been waiting over 3 hours for me to bring her this pack of gum and a water. I didn't even know if she was still working at this point. She wasn't even answering. But I decided, since I told her I was gonna do it, I'm gonna go buy her this water, I'm gonna go buy her this gum. And also, when I was on the way there, the guy with the Pokemon cards called me back too.
Like sell a Pokemon card.
Wait, what'd you say? Oh, if you give me a card, I'll sell it for you, yeah.
Yeah.
I like that, okay. Where can I meet you?
Want to come with you, or like it's just like?
Yeah, if you want to come with me, that'd be great.
Like what type of range you think for that? Like cards that are like you know 1,000, 200, 30,000.
Well, I would love to pull up and see your collection maybe first then.
I don't know if I like want to take that on Subway though.
Yeah, that's true. Text me where to meet you, all right?
Yeah.
All right, bet. Okay, well, that's another side quest. Let's go deliver this water though. Oh, this is not a convenience store. Hey, do you sell gum? Oh, you do? Mint? Just 1 pack of mint gum, please. And then this as well. Oh, thanks, you too. I'm just gonna walk in the store and scream this person's name because we have no idea what they look like. Is this it? No, I think it's one more down. Did we pass it? Oh, right here. Are you a D?
Is this the number that I texted?
I got you.
That's, what do you do? Why are you doing this?
I'm just making we're just going on side quest. Do you sell men's clothes or no?
Yeah. This is men's, and then the middle rack.
Can you help me? Okay, so I just bled on my pants. Can you help me pick out a new pair?
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
I saw the sign outside, and I was like, I'm gonna call and ask for like $100 or something. And then I was like, no, Audie, like, what do you want right now? And I was
Yeah.
like, I want water and
You know
gum.
you're like right walking distance to a convenience store, right? Like I bought it from
Yeah,
that.
but I was kind of like testing the sign. I
It
was
worked.
just, like,
You could have asked for anything, and that's what you asked for. That's crazy. Do you have like jorts?
Yeah.
Some crazy jorts would go crazy. My nose started bleeding, unfortunately. Ooh, hold on. Can I try them on? Okay, bet. I'm rocking with these. Okay, so now I brought you something like you got me with a deal on these, surely, right?
It's not my store.
Oh, hold on. How much are they? Is a real question.
They're 25.
Oh, not bad. Okay, bet. Do you need help with anything around the store? You know, like while I'm here, you use me to your ability.
I mean, I would ask for $100.
Okay, well.
All right, it was nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
You
by
are
the way.
you are so welcome.
Bye.
Take care. Good luck. Okay. Side quest 2 complete. New pants. New pants. I'm a new man. I guess these are used pants. I usually like to wash things before I buy them after I thread, but like, what are you gonna do when you bleed on yourself in the middle of a side quest? Our next side quest was already determined. We had to go meet this mysterious Pokemon man. I really didn't know what he wanted me to do. I think he wanted me to buy one of his cards and then sell it to somebody for him or something like that. I don't even know. But I was about to go show up at his apartment and figure it out. But first, we stopped to grab a quick bite for food, and then this happened. Italian urban cheese. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Hi, how's it going?
Hi, I need you.
Okay, so where could I meet you?
Where do you want to meet?
I'm in Lower East Side right now. Are you nearby?
Yeah. Is this Channing Tatum?
Maybe you would meet me on Grand and Ludlow. How far are you?
Yeah. You don't have my number.
Oh, yeah. Text me.
Okay, I'll text you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you. See you soon.
Bye.
Okay, as we were just ordering Subway, got another call. They just said, I need you. I was like, anything you need. And they're like, oh, we're in the area. Oh, I asked, are you guys still in Lower East Side? Are you guys still nearby? And they're like, yeah. So I texted them the street name that I'm on. I don't know what these people are expecting. I don't know why this is, so far also it's only been women. Y'all gotta be safer out here, man. They're just meeting up with strangers, coming to a location. We're about to see what these two girls want. So I've been putting my number all over New York City, which quickly made me realize if you're gonna do something so reckless, you probably need a solid plan behind it. That's where today's sponsor comes in, Mint Mobile. Are you tired of your boring, ordinary wireless plan? The one that costs too much money and requires you to go into a store and talk to a guy named Steve in order to change it? Well, you see, Mint Mobile reimagined all of that. Everything is online. No stores, no salespeople, no waiting rooms. You can literally sign up and get started with everything from your couch with an eSIM. It's so simple to do, it literally only takes a few minutes to set up. You're not sacrificing quality at all. You're getting premium wireless with unlimited text and talk, plus free calling to Mexico, Canada, and the UK, all on the nation's largest 5G network. You get fast, reliable coverage basically anywhere you are. And the best part is, you can actually save money by buying in bulk. Mint offers 3, 6, and 12 months up front. The more you get, the more you save. And if for any reason you're skeptical, there is a 7-day money-back guarantee. So you can try it right now, completely risk-free. Just head on over to mintmobile.com to get started. Or if you use my link down below in the description, new customers get their premium wireless plan starting at only $15 a month. So try it out risk-free with the link at the top of the description. Huge thanks to Mint for sponsoring this video. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'm about to get another call from a stranger who found my number on a lamppost. What do we think they look like? I'm gonna guess they are, it's 2 girls, I think. I'm gonna guess they're, oh, someone's calling. Is this the same people? Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you need something?
Not really. What's going on?
Oh, which sign did you see?
It just says call me if you need anything.
Oh, so what do you need? Tell me what you need.
We don't really need anything. I'm kind of hungry. You got any food recommendations?
Oh, I just ate at a good restaurant. It's called Subway. Okay. These people are about to show up. I still have no idea what side quest this is about to be, but we're about to see. We're about to see. And then, you know, the crazy thing is I have no idea what they look like. They have no idea what I look like, so.
Hello?
Where are we at?
We're 2 minutes away. What are we looking for?
2 minutes away? I mean, I'm right on the intersection with Grand and Ludlow. Is that you right there? Do you have a black shirt on?
Oh, you're deadass filming a video.
Yeah.
Hey, hold ya.
Wow, there's like a whole group of them. What the hell's going on? What's good? What's good? What do you need?
I don't know.
How are you?
What's up?
Anything you need. What's your name?
My name's Tamar.
Tamar.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Parker. Nice to meet you,
Nice to
Tamar.
meet you too.
How's it going? Parker, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Hi, Parker, nice to meet you.
What services are you offering today, Parker?
Well, like, I put the sign out, like, I'm trying to go on as many side quests as
Yeah.
possible. What made you call the number? Like, what do you need?
I need love, validation.
Don't we all?
I need healing,
What do you need to be healed from?
my past trauma.
Relationships, childhood, like, what do we, oh, I would start with a therapist, not like a number on the street, you know?
No, but like the number on the street was talking to me, you know?
It called upon you to call me.
I saw the light come out of it,
Right.
and it was like attracting me.
Okay. So what maybe you need advice on something specific that you don't mind.
She needs a good adventure.
good-
I need adventure in my life.
Oh,
It's like,
so you're hoping it
he
takes
might
you somewhere.
be a murderer, but it's a risk I'm willing to take.
Still possible for sure. Okay, so like, what are you lacking in your life?
I actually asked for love first.
Okay.
'Cause that's what's most important.
Why don't we talk about that? When was your last relationship?
Never?
Never.
No.
You've never been in love. How old are you?
18.
Dude, I wasn't in love till I was like 22.
No, I'm joking. I don't need love. I have Love my me friends. too. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we all found love.
Oh, you guys are all in love, but not her.
Yeah. I'm too picky.
That's good. That's good. Like, you don't want to
We go
settle.
to 2 mans all the time. She's not having it. She's not having it. She tells me all the guys are bring for her are eggheads.
They're chopped?
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
okay.
not. I don't care about chopped. It's just personality.
Yeah, no, that's more important for sure.
Yeah.
Like, that's the most important thing when like you need to look within.
Nowadays everyone's chopped, so it might as well.
Damn, and Unk. Someone just texted me on this phone. This is the phone.
phone is crazy.
This is what you guys called me on.
That's insane. That's actually Oh, you got our smart. whole phone just for this?
I did.
Okay, let's do something.
Yeah, let's move. Let's move.
Okay. All right.
Take us somewhere. All right.
No, but we're going.
Do you guys live in New York?
Yeah. Yes, we live in Brooklyn. I said we'll just walk there. We'll see who it is, and if the guy looks scary, we'll just walk past him.
Shit, I'm glad I passed the test then. Let's go. That's huge.
No, we were just kind of scared to be like some like druggy guy, maybe like with a knife.
Yeah.
We always somehow get into these situations, so yeah.
Why do you think that is? You know what's crazy? Only women have called me today. So like, what's up with that? Like, why do?
We're just looking for something.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you guys like true crime and stuff like that. Like, what?
We like entertainment.
Where are we going?
I don't know.
Target?
Let's go.
Can we film in Target?
No, we can't film in Target.
What's down there? Do y'all know?
Nope, let's go. What if we just go to Brooklyn, show them the hood?
No, I have to go to Hudson Yards in like
People,
20 minutes.
So, Parker, as I was saying, you're always helping people with their needs, but what can we do for your needs?
I don't know.
Don't be, what's the word? Ignorant, no.
Self-absorbed, I don't know.
Like, you can't just forget about yourself. Like, some people, like, people-pleasing is, like, not always great. It's not great. And everybody's trying to help everybody else. But in the end of the day, in order to help other people, you need to help yourself. Because you need to be in the right mindset. You need to be growing. You need to be living life.
You guys are so wise. You're all 18?
Yeah.
What the hell?
We lived life. And you know what? And, like, only 18 years of it, and we have so much more to live. That's it.
Yeah, you have a
I
lot.
have so much more to live.
We're gonna be philosophers one day, trust.
I think all of y'all, you should write a book and like.
I write poetry.
Do you?
book name?
Crimea River.
Can you read us a poem?
Okay, I think this one is a good one. I'm not sure, whatever.
Be confident.
The princess realized she made a mistake. She married a prince she just met, which bounded her fate. She realized her prince was an alcoholic, a lying, cheating. Finding out her happily ever after wasn't all that. I think after our prince kisses us, reality wakes us up. We realize that he was the one who poisoned the apple, and now we are stuck.
Damn. Wow. Disney gotta hire you. That shit was gas.
Disney, philosopher, you have a lot of jobs.
Shout out to these 3 girls. I had no idea what the side quest even was, but we just basically walked around New York City for like an hour. They even came with me to the start of my next side quest to finally meet this mysterious Pokemon man.
Okay, group hug. Yeah. All right, it's been real. We never really solved anything, but like.
Yeah.
No, but like
We
you solved our boredom.
And that's
There you go.
We need a picture before you go.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's go.
Type shit. Okay.
More video ideas, we're here. You know.
All right. Thank you. Is this? Are you him? Oh my goodness. How's it going? Nice to meet you. This is so nice. Oh my god.
So explain to me, you made the mystery pack that I bought on Amazon?
Yeah.
Is that what you do for a living?
Huh? It's like one with side hustles.
So show me what you got. And you want me to sell one of these?
I don't know, whatever you want to do.
Like, do I buy it off you and then?
I mean, I don't know whatever you think. So I look pretty cool. It's like this is like a.
What?
Damage.
Who signed this?
Steve Aoki.
Steve Aoki Lugia?
Yeah. It's like a super damage.
Is he known for signing Lugias?
He's like into Pokemon. He's like a big Pokemon collector. So he's at like one of the conventions.
That's pretty cool. How much is this Gyarados Gold Star?
It's like about 3K.
Damn.
And 9.
Oh my god. I've never held one of these in person before. That's impressive. And the Magic card? Oh my.
Come up with crazy.
That's a crazy card. How much is this worth?
3K.
What about the Vaporeon?
It's like 700.
Oh my. Oh! Is this your personal collection or like?
I have like both. I have like personal.
So are these all for sale or no?
Yeah. I mean everything's. This one's like 2.5.
2.5? Yeah. That's it?
It's pretty good, yeah.
Why?
The first editions haven't gone up that much.
That is insane. If this is a Charizard, what would that be? Like.
Let's see.
No, you don't have one, do you? Oh my god. How much is this worth?
30K.
Wow. Can you regrade, you think?
No.
It's like a
Hello 4%, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing some of the most recent discoveries that may drastically change our approach of looking for extraterrestrial life somewhere out there. Mostly because for many decades we used our sun and the solar activity as a model for understanding stars. And as a result of this, for many years now, scientists have actually mostly been focusing on stars that are most likely to contain terrestrial planets, in this case the stars we refer to as red dwarfs, as the most likely source for some kind of a habitable planet out there. And at the same time, researchers assume that discovering stars with the most amount of terrestrial planets, and especially planets in the habitable zone, may give us the highest chance of potentially finding life, which is why a lot of recent research has been mostly focusing on stars like TRAPPIST-1 and Proxima Centauri, because we know both of these star systems contain terrestrial planets in their own habitable zones. And so when we look in our galaxy, we find that most common types of stars, the M-type stars, also known as red dwarfs, at least in theory, should give us the highest chance for possibly discovering something. But some of the most recent studies seem to disagree with this, and that's because these relatively small stars may actually be some of the most violent in the entire galaxy. And this is essentially what we're going to be discussing today, because just a few days ago, scientists released a new study and managed to achieve something they've been trying to achieve for several decades. The first unambiguous detection of a massive stellar explosion, specifically a coronal mass ejection or a CME, from a star that's not our sun. Just as a reminder, CMEs is what usually causes things like aurora on our planet. And by the way, I think yesterday or last night, there were quite a few aurora visible in North America. But unlike on planet Earth, this wasn't just some kind of a minor burp. This was a blast traveling so fast and with so much power that apparently it contained enough energy to possibly completely strip atmosphere from any nearby planet. And so, in order to understand why this detection is so important, we first need to start with a little bit of context. Let's first discuss red dwarfs, also known as M-type stars. And so once again, these are the smallest and the coolest stars, and also the stars that are most likely going to survive the longest, with some of them potentially living for trillions of years, assuming the universe survives that long. And these stars are practically everywhere. Most of the stars in the Milky Way are red dwarfs, and some of the most exciting terrestrial planets discovered in the last decade were all discovered around these objects. As a matter of fact, all of the terrestrial planets in the habitable zone of any other star except for the Sun seem to orbit a red dwarf. Okay, what about CMEs or coronal mass ejections? Now these are usually confused with flares, and that's because usually both happen at the same time, but flares produce radiation such as X-rays, whereas a typical CME, like the one you see right here, is literally a massive burp from the Sun carrying actual matter that then interacts with the upper atmosphere. And so when such an event strikes our planet, here's roughly how it affects the magnetosphere. This is a simulation of the famous Carrington event that affected the planet back in 1859. And this is of course the most powerful CME known to us. And today CMEs represent the largest contributors to space weather, and we kind of course assume that this is something similar that happens everywhere out there. So we assume that red dwarfs also have these as well. And though for Earth they normally contribute in creating beautiful aurora, for other planets like Mars, their impact also contributes to eroding planetary atmospheres. This is something we discussed a few years back because we finally had evidence of atoms escaping from Mars as predicted by various models. But the challenge for red dwarfs is simple geometry. Their conventional habitable zone, or basically the zone where we expect liquid water, is much closer to the star, with this image illustrating how close they have to be. Which means that planets around red dwarfs are naturally subjected to potentially much more frequent and more energetic attacks from the Sun, which in theory could be more devastating than what we see happening on Mars. But for years, scientists could only infer the existence of CMEs by detecting associated eruptive events like flares or occasional coronal dimming. So we never actually seen a physical CME happening anywhere except for the Sun. Here scientists needed some kind of a tracer, or basically a strategy, to detect these directly. Something that could indeed prove that plasma was disconnected from the star and was moving toward the planet. And this is where we have our new research with a major breakthrough from November of 2025. This is coming from an active red dwarf approximately 140 light years away from us, referred to as STKM 1-1262. And here we have direct evidence for plasma escape coming from the detection of a type 2 radio burst, which is sort of similar to a sonic boom from a stellar explosion generated by a shock wave from the CME traveling through the stellar atmosphere. And so the presence of this type 2 burst allows us to definitively conclude that hot plasma was released and very likely entered interplanetary medium. This was detected by using both radio telescopes and X-ray telescopes, and specifically LOFAR radio telescope and ESA's XMM Newton, with this research basically developing a new data processing method crucial for isolating the signal. But importantly, it wasn't really just the detection in this case, it was the strength that's kind of surprising. By determining the star's temperature, rotation, and X-ray brightness, they were able to figure out how strong this was. And first was the speed. Here the shock velocity was approximately 2400 km per second or 1500 miles per second, which is faster than pretty much most of the CMEs in the solar system. Only about 5% of all of these ejections we've seen coming from the Sun were just as fast. And so plasma here was moving super fast with a lot of energy. But on top of this speed, it was also super dense. Dense enough to completely strip away atmosphere from any orbiting planet, which is honestly kind of shocking. As a matter of fact, the actual observations seem to be at least 10 times larger than some of the previous models and previous theoretical predictions, implying that some of the red dwarfs, and possibly all red dwarfs, can sometimes produce emissions that are powerful enough to completely strip everything away. Here the research goes into a little bit more detail, trying to calculate how much pressure this would create, and in essence, for any potential planet in the habitable zone, the pressure from this event was strong enough to compress a planetary magnetosphere so much that even a powerful magnetosphere would be squeezed all the way to the surface of the planet, basically collapsing it completely and exposing the atmosphere to being directly stripped away by all of this stellar material. And this provides us with a very important direct evidence for the impact of these solar events that most likely happen around most red dwarfs and very likely affect all of these terrestrial planets we've discovered. And so for TRAPPIST-1, for example, if such an event were to happen here, it would very likely leave most of these planets completely barren. And interestingly, as we've learned from some of the previous videos about the system, right now the nearest 3 planets seem to actually possibly not have anything. And maybe this is why. Maybe this particular star was also just as violent and left these planets completely barren. And so the intensity of this event highlights the inherently volatile nature of red dwarfs, and especially the ones that are still young. This doesn't seem to happen as frequently around older stars, but it still happens. And interestingly, red dwarfs, especially those that rotate quickly, usually contain the highest magnetic activity. And for this star, we know that it spins pretty fast. A single rotation takes 1.24 days. For comparison, the Sun takes over 2 weeks. And so here the rapid spin is crucial for amplifying many of these magnetic fields and for then creating these very powerful magnetic emissions. And even based on some of the preliminary calculations, scientists believe that the magnetic field around this star seems to be at least 300 times stronger than around the Sun. And that's despite the fact that it's much smaller and much less massive. But this is on top of several other recent observations, including the one from slightly different stars, confirming that the red dwarfs exhibit much higher flare activity compared to the Sun, and thus very likely much higher coronal mass ejections as well, with the fast-spinning stars obviously producing more flares and more CMEs. As a matter of fact, not so long ago, scientists observed what's referred to as a superflare observed on a different red dwarf system, referred to as DG Canum Venaticorum. The stars whose flare you can see right here have these very bright, very massive explosions that seem to happen several times per year. And in this case, it was calculated to be approximately 10,000 times more powerful than the largest solar flare from any object ever seen. And so quite a few of these objects may not be really that hospitable after all, and possibly destroy planetary environments pretty quickly, basically leaving planets completely barren. But some other studies give us just a little bit of hope, because apparently some of these active dwarfs release their energy slightly differently. In other words, they don't seem to all produce the same types of emissions. Some highly active stars dissipate energy via very frequent low energy flares, whereas other stars may store energy for longer periods before releasing them in these very rare, sudden, giant events we call superflares. And so there seems to be some kind of a fundamental difference in how these stars seem to release energy. But based on these observations, we can now pretty certainly say that you would not want to live on a planet around these objects, because it just becomes super unpredictable and potentially very dangerous. And so the existence of these very powerful and very frequent flares and CMEs introduces a severe challenge to the habitability of worlds orbiting red dwarfs. And even though about a decade ago scientists decided to focus on trying to find as many of these planets as possible, because the chance for a habitable zone planet was the highest, and technically they were correct, we've discovered quite a few planets in these zones, and we've discussed them in some of the previous videos in the description, but it still doesn't mean that these planets are going to contain liquid water, because this new data shows us that atmospheric environment may be stripped pretty quickly from these planets, and thus the existence of liquid water is not guaranteed. So if a typical red dwarf constantly bombards one of these planets with these CMEs and very powerful flares, the planet may lose its atmosphere within just a few million years, making it resemble Mercury, an uninhabitable rock with no chance for habitability ever. And that's despite the fact that it's in a perfect distance away from the star. And so all of this new research essentially focuses on something that's sometimes ignored: space weather. And confirms once again that unlike the Sun, many stars out there are just super extreme. But in terms of the actual scientific achievements here, well, we now don't have to just rely on theories and models, because researchers have now developed models that allow us to physically measure some of these events around other stars, and we now have empirical benchmarks from which to measure other stars around us. As a matter of fact, I hope someone does this for some of the most famous stars like Proxima Centauri, which is the closest star to us. And so overall, the detection of this coronal mass ejection and the super powerful flare from the other star potentially marks the opening for a new astronomical field, a field of stellar weather measurements. And so here, by measuring these events around other stars, we might have better tools to eventually predict what sort of planets might be best after all, and where we might potentially find life somewhere out there. But right now, the only confirmation we have is the destructive potential of red dwarfs and their very volatile, very dangerous nature. And so maybe with some of the future missions, such as the Square Kilometre Array being built in Australia and South Africa, we may be able to spot tens to hundreds of these events, eventually answering some of these questions in regards to habitability, and maybe one day discovering that Earth 2.0. Right now though, Earth 1.0 is still the best we have, and so, you know, go recycle or something, I guess. I don't know, I'm not the best to talk about this because I am basically drinking Starbucks right here. So, you know, you can blame plastic pollution on me as well. But either way though, here we can now confidently say that the complexity of stellar activity is not just something we can easily predict with stellar diagrams or with some kind of a theoretical models. This is indeed something that needs to be observed and detected in order to be understood. But importantly, this also reminds us that the idea of habitability is not just about the location. It is also about the activity from the star, it's about the surface of the planet and geologic activity, and possibly about so much more, including the actual composition, which is why we'll be discussing this more in a lot of other videos, and which is why you might want to consider subscribing. Either way, thank you for watching, check out all of the studies in the description, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads, and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
No, she's a big victim, and how could this happen to her, and everybody's out to get her, and everything else. And again, if everybody's out to get you, and I'm actually this horrible person, then maybe you shouldn't have tried to make me your enemy. Basically, I went back and I responded to, this is right here. So I guess this is Casey Tron's sister. I don't really know. Her thing is that it's called Repossess the Wealth. Well, I thought you were for Repossess the Wealth. I mean, Ethan's repossessing your sister's wealth, and now you have a problem with it. Well, I mean, I think that you need to put an asterisk next to this, or like, you know, with certain limitations, or there needs to be like a disclaimer where it says repossess other people's wealth, not mine, because Ethan's now repossessing your wealth indirectly through your sister, because you say that she's supporting your family, and now you're not happy about it. So I don't think you really believe in this. Yeah, I don't think she believes in this at all. Yeah, we need like a footnote for this. Maybe you should just take it out. Just keep Free Palestine in there. That's fine. And so, considering the reach you have, if she was as bad as she tries to portray as you could have packed her up years ago. Well, I'm...
Put a 1 in the chat if you go clubbing. I almost biggity bet most of you guys do not. Let's get straight off into this.
Is clubbing dead everywhere? Like, is it just LA? Because no one goes clubbing anymore. Like, no one even wants to go out. None of my friends have been to the club. I haven't been to a club in months. What happened to clubbing?
In short,
Here's what happened to clubbing. Men are sick and tired of paying for drinks for women that aren't bucking them. That's simple as that, bro. Dudes are done.
You are broaching right now. I just want to say that New York club culture, everyone's complaining about, oh my god, New York club culture is dead. Why is it dead? Why is it dead? It's because these musty, dusty bouncers that are these stupid like Musica, sorry, they said for 2 girls, yeah, $150.
Is everyone well? But y'all wanted equality though, I thought. Thought you wanted equality.
They were like, no. Are we okay? And then we said, oh, we hate ourselves, so we can do 40. They said, no, 50. There's no one here. There's no live watch. Okay. Wait. That establishment, they said 50.
You gotta realize though, when the club's making you pay to get in, you know what that means, right? Pull it in real close. Pull it in really close. Get in here. Get in here. Get in here. You know what that means, right? It's simple, really. It means you're beat. Shots fired! That's what it means.
50 each.
All of this complaining.
Yeah, dude, you're beat. If they're making you pay to get in, you're beat. I hate to break it to you, but that's what it is.
What is the biggest ick in a girl?
The biggest ick in a girl is when she doesn't buy me a drink. I look at her, and she looks at me, and I go, "You buy me a drink?" She goes, "No." And I'm like, "What the f-?
Respect. You know, why is it that we always have to buy the drinks?
Let's change culture. Men have feelings too."
Okay.
This is what it is now, is that women screamed equality so much that now men are expecting to be courted and to be bought things for. I've got a couple buddies that are single, and they're like around my age, and that's seriously what they think. They're like, well, I don't want to just take her out and pay for everything. I want to be wined. I want to be dined. I want her to take me out. I want her to pay for stuff. And I'm like, bro, what? At least for me, I'm pretty traditional. Like, I'm not saying pay for everything, but if you're willing to date a girl, you should be probably willing to pay for the first date. But these days, it's not really a thing. Because the thing is, even if you pay for the first date, more than likely this girl's going out on other dates. So that's why I tell men now, when I was dating, I was paying for first dates, but now I tell guys to go 50-50. Bro, go 50-50. Because the thing is, she's probably dating other dudes. And if a woman's willing to go 50-50 with you, it actually tells you that she's into you. It's a good benchmark to see if she's actually dating you seriously or just dating you for a foodie call.
Tell you why the club scene is over.
Oh my
the club scene is over because
this is
men
exactly what I
want-
was trying to tell you guys about. Every day he sits there and watches me. That's all he does. He's watching you. Yes, he is. He is watching me over and over and over. Ever since I started talking about the Epstein files, he's been here waiting. And you want to know what's crazy? Is that this is the small one. There's 2 of them. That's cool. Yeah, this is nuts, man. Is your APAC guy? You have to stop. You have to. This has to stop. Okay. We have to stop this. All right. Oh my god. This is exactly what I was trying to tell you guys about.
Start rat or raptors?
Bomb! 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 I'm the best player on earth! I'm the best player on earth! Boom! Welcome to the big game, you fucking loser! Play Shaco every game! Well, well, well.
To be women. And when I say men want to be women, they want to cut the line.
Of course they're gonna try and get.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to cut the line in the club? Nobody wants to sit there and wait in a line, stupid.
Club recently for my friend's birthday, and I gotta say, I don't know how y'all do it. I don't ever go to the club, but he wanted to go, so I popped out for him. And that was the last time the club will ever see me. Paying anywhere from $20 to $50 just to get in, and then paying another $20 for a watered down drink just to stand around and listen to music that ain't even good. You can miss me with that.
I agree.
It's so true. And I feel like a lot of Gen Z guys, the younger generation, they're done and they're not even drinking. The younger generation's not even drinking. Look at this, all chicks. 90% girls. It's just a bunch of girls grinding on each other. And I always tell guys, you don't meet your wife at the club, you don't meet your husband at the bar. I say this all the time. And then it's mainly with Gen Z right now.
Start rat or raptors?
Is the Gen Z is actually drinking less alcohol compared to previous generations, a trend driven by increased focus on health, finances, and mental well-being, which has led to the rise of sober curiosity, is what they're calling it. A low, no alcohol option. However, recent data shows a recent increase in alcohol consumption for Gen Z, potentially due to greater financial independence and changing social dynamics, though many who drink still do so in moderation. Bro, when I was younger, we were drinking to get there. We were drinking to get there. You know what I'm saying? We were trying to forget where we were. When there are no guys to pay for our drinks at the first club, so we move clubs. And see, this is also another thing, is a lot of these women go to the clubs thinking dudes are just going to simp on them and pay for everything when they're mid at best. That's the problem. These are everyday 4s and 5s. These are average girls just dressed in skimpy clothing looking for a handout. I don't see them any different from a beggar on the street. POV, you got money and spend it on insane trips with the boys instead of at the club or on useless fashion and jewelry. Yeah, dude, I would rather spend money on an experience like this than going to the club. So, in my opinion, the club's a waste of money. Chat, any of you guys go to the club?
The UK is losing 5 nightclubs per week.
Wow.
And sadly, this is another one right in the heart of the city of London. Huge rents on these places. I mean, look at the size of it. Right.
Isn't it funny, though, that women are the ones going to the clubs, but women are the ones not spending their money? It's just a bunch of broke women going out looking for free stuff, bro.
By St. Paul's, it would have cost tens of thousands of pounds per month to keep going. The place actually used to go all the way down there and down there. In fact, over 40% of nightclubs in the UK have closed since 2020.
Wow.
And the reason for it is because the younger generation just aren't going out as much. They're spending more time on social media and interacting with friends and family in more of a digital way. And also the younger generation just aren't drinking as much anymore. In fact, 26% of people aged 18 to 24 don't drink at all. And that figures up from 15% just 10 years ago. And it's going more and more in that direction as people become more health conscious.
These days.
True, dude. I will say when I was a kid, the whole health, like workout, healthy living, healthy eating was not a thing, bro. Everybody back in the day was like, I eat steak and drink beer. That's just what it was. You know, even in high school, it's like the biggest dudes on the football team weren't eating good. They were just eating whatever. And we were all drinking beer on the weekends. There were so much more health for it. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this. It was a bodybuilding documentary, but basically it notated that action figurines from back in the day to today, basically it showed that action figurines like in the 60s and stuff like that weren't very defined when it came to muscular definition. You know, it wasn't really a thing. So you look at the old school figurines. Maybe let's look at an old school WWE figurine. Let's just look at this. Maybe I can find something. So, let's see if I can't find one that's good. I'm talking about in the 70s, though. I'm talking about old. Maybe 1970s. Maybe they didn't have figurines then. Okay, it looks like they might have. Let's see if I can't find something here, chat. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. This is... Boom. Okay. So we've got... I don't know, some of these aren't bad, you know. Hollywood Hogan. But like, this is a great example right here. Hollywood Hogan. Let's look at this one. So, vintage. Is it even going to pull this one up? The health standards. Okay, so yeah, here we go. Maybe this is it. Look at this. Okay, this is the Bendy's one. Andre the Giant. You know what I mean? This is no muscle definition. Really at all. He's really soft. You know, if you saw that guy now, you'd be like, yeah, he ain't really got it. But if you look at WWE figurine today, you know, if we were looking at something that's put out right now, let's look at this one right here, WWE collection. Maybe this will pull up on eBay. Yeah, this is even freaking this is Logan Paul right here. I don't know if you guys can see it, but like, look, riddled. Look at this. Look at the definition. Riddled. Like, you can see his ribs. The definition. So basically, the whole thing is like, as we've progressed over time, we've become more health conscious, and now even figurines are showcasing that health is more of a thing. When I was growing up, there were like a couple buff dudes, but not everybody was lifting weights. Almost everybody now lifts weights. It's wild. It really is weird.
To say this, ladies, but some women have played a part in bar and club culture going to, and it's because some of y'all would go to a club and y'all would just stand around with your arms folded, just looking around waiting for y'all to drink. Like, this is how I know some of y'all ain't got no good big sisters or something, because when me and my sister went out, first thing that my sister would be like is, go to the bar and get a drink right now. I got the first round, who got the next round? It's like,
Ladies, it's a club, not a waiting room.
That's true. That's what a lot of women used to.
So this is what New York clubs do. The club is filled up, not even, I'm being sarcastic. It's this many people in the spot, and they have lines like this. This goes around the corner. This is for Zeddy Will. They won't let anybody inside, having people to pay to get in to cut the line, and you go nowhere. And they're holding everybody up there.
The reason they're doing that, though, is because these nightclubs are going broke. And they know that if they keep a line out, it makes it look more exclusive. And if they make you pay to get in, they're going to make more money. It's a money play. Because I don't know if maybe the margins are great on the drinks and things like that, but I think the nightclub itself wants the money, and they don't want to have to split it with the people that work there. If they go in and they get the bar, then they're getting a split. But if they just make you pay $100, that's going straight to the club. I wanted to go to this club in Miami until I found out women get in free and they charge men $100.
Yo, Club Space, right? Space Club, Miami, Florida, right? VIP is only for women. That's kind of weird, in my opinion. Even, like, there could be levels to it.
Here's what I think. VIP should be free for women and bodybuilders.
And bodybuilders. Let's get active.
Yeah, that rule just...
$100? Bro, here's my thing, though. If you're worried about $100, you shouldn't be at the club.
I'll be honest. And this is for the women that complain about, oh, men don't approach me anymore. Men don't want to go out anymore. The clubs are empty. The bars are empty. The truth is, men were never really interested in going out. And judging by, women saying that the bars are empty, still seems like that's the case. The only reason why we did that was to court women and to talk to women.
Facts.
But like with the modern women in 2025, it ain't worth going out no more. And I'm not saying like you can't go out, and chop it up with your boys once in a while. But in terms of going out to pursue women, like it's not worth it anymore. And if you think I'm lying, just take a look at your guy friends. I bet you their lives are mad simple and they could like go 6 months without even going to the club or to the bar or like to anywhere. They could just chill, hibernate in the crib and just chill. Because the reality is, like, a man doesn't really need much to survive.
Men stopped.
Facts, dude. Men stop going to. It's a waste of time, bro. You're not, like I said, you're not gonna meet a girl that you're gonna date at the bar.
Lived in multiple cities, and I remember there was a time when you could literally get into the club, like just because you were a girl. Promoters would come out onto the street and look for girls, offer them shots if they came into the club. Years ago, the guy at the door, he was telling me, I hate it when girls just come to the club and expect to get in for free. I don't care how pretty you are going to stand in line. I was like, oh my gosh. Thinking to myself, where did I get the idea that girls go to the club and don't stand in line? Because I have this idea in my head that girls just don't stand in line at the club.
And it's also because women are begging for equality. And I don't want to be a bigot by letting you in early. We don't want to be bigots, gents. I don't want to be a guy that's a misogynist and letting these women in. We want equality, so we're going to make you wait in line just like all the other guys.
It's because now that I've been seeing all this discourse about club culture, it's because there was a time. It's like I forgot about it. It was so long ago, but there was a time when if you were a group of girls, you were definitely getting into the club for free. You were skipping the line because men bring the money and the men want to go where the girls are at, but not anymore. The men want to go where the men are at, and they just don't need girls to have a good time anymore. Specifically, remember, there was a time you'd be standing in a line outside and the man at the door would let all of the ladies come in and the men had to stand in line.
Yep.
That really happened. It's all coming back to me. But now it's gotten so bad on social media. The club DJs, they will say, oh, we have this going on tonight, but just so you know, you will be standing in line. Okay.
Clubbing stop.
That's what it is, dude. That's what it is.
Oh my god, Destiny, what happened? We don't see you at the club anymore. Oh my god, Destiny, why aren't you at the club anymore? Oh my god, Destiny, you don't want to come out with us to the club anymore? No. The boys are on the couches. The boys were on the couches. Why would I come? And the boys were on the couches. Getting on the couch used to be a bad... Like, you used to have to be a bad... to be able to sit in the section on the couch. Like, you could have been a cute girl and you get into the section and you stand. All night you're standing. Now you go to the club and it's only boys on the couch. It's only boys. There's not even a girl on there. It's only boys in the section standing on the couches. Mind you, I love the club. I love outside. I love
She's a runner, she's a track star.
the club. I used to go to the club 5 nights a week. Like it,
She's the village bicycle. Everyone's had a ride.
Yikes.
got so bad, security used to know me by my first name, not check my bag, not check my ID, walk me in.
Oh, when you know security and you know the bouncers and the bartenders and dudes at the club, brother, it's not good.
That's how much I used to love the club. But I went recently and I noticed 25 men sitting on the couch and all the girls on the floor standing around the table. And I can understand, maybe I got ugly. Maybe I got ugly and they don't want to let me on the couch. But there's not a single woman on the couch.
Find that hard to believe.
If you're not paying,
you're just not her anymore, baby girl. You aged out. When you don't make it in time for free entry before 10:30 p.m. cutoff. Oh, you got dressed up and did all that and you can't pay $15, $20 to get in?
Calling men.
That's what I said. And yeah, women love calling men broke, but then they can't afford $10, $15 to get into a club.
Gotcha, bitch.
Like, come on, bro.
Why would I, as a lady, pay $40 to get into the club?
Because you're mid. Shots fired! Mid women should pay.
With one
Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. If you're mid, you should have to pay.
hour left. I'm standing out of, first of all, this is the type of club where you make a reservation and you get in free, but I guess you're supposed to get there before a certain time, but didn't specify that you're supposed to get into the club before a certain time. So I'm trying to show the guy my
That sounds like it was your own incompetence there, my maiden.
code. The one guy talking about, oh, you got a reservation? This hating other man talking about, that's not good. It's $40. Why would I pay $40? Why would I pay $30? Why would I pay $20?
Just get used to.
Because you want to go to the club that bad.
Club culture, man. It's simple.
Now it's women.
It's women. Like, yo, if y'all came to the club to mingle, like how men come to the club to mingle, it would still be the same. No man goes to the club with the intention to not meet a woman. Women go to the club with the intention to not give a else in that.
It was this club in New York, and it was an all-women's club. The women was in it, just all of them were just on their phone. Like, nobody was dancing. They wasn't even standing. They was in their phone.
That's how it would be with all men as well.
No. If it was an all-man club, it would have been empty because nobody would have went.
Why you have to come to a club with the intentions of meeting a guy, though?
Or just a mingle.
Exactly.
Like I said, this is the reason that it's over with, bro.
Oh
like,
my
yo,
God.
you wanna hang with your friends? Y'all can go to dinner. Y'all go to dinner. Y'all go to Dave and Buster's. Y'all go all the.
You gotta love.
He's right though. Women killed the scene because that was where men could approach. We're having fun. The drinks are flowing. We can bring you. If I got a section, it puts me at a higher status. I can bring the girls up. I can talk to them. I can shoot my shot. But now women are like, ooh, no, I got a boyfriend. Like, wait, you're telling me you came out to the club with a boyfriend? It's just crazy work.
Culture died when y'all started making women pay again. Okay, I know people love to say, oh, it was the music. They stopped making dancing music. No. It was when y'all started making women pay. Because at the end of the day, when I started clubbing, the women got in free and the men paid. Why? Because us women bring out the men. Men come because they know there's gonna be girls there. And as soon as y'all started treating us like boys, it wasn't fun no more, okay?
But that's what you asked for, though. I'm so confused.
Anytime you go into a club and you first walk in and you scope the scenery, the first thing, this is how you know it's gonna be a bad vibe. When you scope the scenery and you say, dang, there's a lot in here. There's a lot of men in here and not enough women. For every one woman, there's like 10. That ain't fun. Like, that's the thing that you're like, ooh, you might need to go somewhere else. There's too many.
Yeah, but the thing is, the reason guys stopped going is because women just want handouts.
And I know
now.
men say the same.
They want free drinks. They want to get approached. They want to get courted. They want to feel special, but they don't want to give a guy a chance and actually talk to him. That's the whole problem. Is guys don't go out there and want to pay a bunch of money just to sit with their boys. They can sit at the crib and do that. Loki, are you ready for a treat? Go to your place. Well, first of all, I got to tell you guys, man, happy Turkey Day. Happy Thanksgiving to all the United States folks that watch. I know we got a lot of people in the UK, Australia, Austria, Germany, really all over the world, which is really humbling for me. So I appreciate you guys. I really do. Hits me in the feels to know we got guys all over the world, man. And another thing, I just want to say I appreciate you guys, man. Shout out to all the subscribers. I think right now 30% of all the people that actually watch are subscribed. About 60% of the people that don't watch aren't subscribed. So I'd really appreciate it if the guys that aren't subscribed would subscribe. It'd be good to have you guys out, man. It really would. It really would. It really. My forehead maybe would get a little bit smaller if you guys actually did subscribe. But maybe next year. Maybe next year. Went to a speed dating event during the male loneliness epidemic, and there was no men to be found. Let's look at this. Maybe they just weren't that into you, baby girl. I'm gonna keep it a thou wow. For these events, it's really dicey because if you're gonna go out and meet these girls, more than likely they're reformed 304s that want to get into a relationship, because most girls that are conservative, maybe traditional, they're not gonna be at these clubs and bars trying to find a boyfriend.
From the standpoint of a DJ, this is how entitled women are currently have destroyed the club scene. And this might be a long one, so lock in with me real quick. When it comes to the club scene, entitled women add absolutely nothing of value to the club scene. Please understand the difference. I'm not talking about normal women. We love them. Normal women, y'all are great. The club scene would not be the club scene without normal women. Normal, everyday, go to have fun. They're not mean, they're not rude, they're stern, they're assertive, but they go to have fun, they drink, those women we love y'all. I'm talking about.
The problem is, though, is now the normal women all think they're baddies. Every woman now thinks she's a 10. That's the problem, is all the normal women that used to be like, oh, I know my place, I know what pecking order I'm in, now they all think they're 9s and 10s. And so every girl thinks she's a baddie now.
About a very particular type of woman, the entitled woman. The entitled woman doesn't want to wait in line. She doesn't want to pay to get in.
Yep.
She doesn't want to pay for a drink. She doesn't want to tip the bartender, and she doesn't want to follow any of the club rules. This type of woman thinks everything.
Then they don't want to talk to guys. They don't want to dance. They just want to sit there with their girlies and record Instagram videos. That's what they want to do.
Club revolves around her. She thinks because she's attractive that the world should just be given to her. And let me be clear. She thinks she's attractive. Whether or not she is or not has nothing to do with it, but she thinks so. And to her, that's enough. Yep. Entitled women at the club are like locusts. Like, they come in there and they're just trying to manipulate the bartenders, the security guard, the DJ, the owners, to just try to get anything they want, and it's like they add absolutely nothing of value.
That's the problem today. Too many women think.
I mean, I agree. And it's the regular, everyday, mundane 4s and 5s that think they're 9s and 10s. That's the whole thing. POV, you spend your money trying new things and not the clubs. This, to me, looks way more exciting than going to the club.
See that? He's having...
And I think this is what the younger generation is finally seeing. And then the older guys are like, I'm cool with having my peace. I don't really need to go to the club.
The reason why I feel like New York City club culture is dying is simply because the men want to be the baddie. The men are dancing behind the DJ booths. The men are not buying drinks. The men want to be approached. And now, granted, this is not all men, but like majority of men now think they are the prize, so they step in these spaces and...
I hate to be the bearer of good news, but men are the prize. Just saying. Let's think about it mathematically. So if you have a bunch of dudes in your DM shooting your shot and you only pick one, that's telling me that he had so much value that you chose him. Okay? Men are the prize. Men have to build their value, and women are born with theirs. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if you agree. As a man, you have to go out into the world and conquer things, become successful, make money, build some sort of career, have some sort of status, have some sort of money, have assets, be charismatic, be funny, be well put together, be in shape to be deemed high value by other men. As a woman, you know how you get deemed high value from other women? Just exist. Do you have a pulse? Cool, you're a baddie. You're a 10. Us as men have much higher standards when it comes to deeming another man high value versus what the standards are for women. Women will think as long as you got a pulse and your ankles don't break when you walk outside and you're a big back, that you're a 10. Yes, queen, you're a 10. The body positivity movement came from a bunch of insecure big backed women that were like, I'm fat, other men should like that. Newsflash, we don't. I don't know a lot of men walking around talking about where are all the big fat women at. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Men care about what's in that mirror and what's on that scale. That's what we really care about. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. We got a lot of men that watch. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. We care about what's in that mirror and what's on that scale. And as long as you're fit, feminine, friendly, cooperative, submissive, and have no children, we're cool. It's y'all that think we don't care about that. And it's always the women telling men what we should care about. And then women can always say what a real man is, but men can never say what a real woman is. Isn't that funny, chat?
Now they want to be that spectacle by other men and by women too. And so because of this, women are no longer just in this space for fun. Women can't go behind the DJ booths. Women have to focus on things like the music, like the technicalities of the experience, rather than just thriving in the experience itself. And I didn't even know how many women were actually paying to party. Personally, if I have to pay, I'm not going. Where is the list? But a lot of women are paying to party. So now it's like, well, men want to be the baddies. I have to pay to party. They're not really playing music that I enjoy consistently. I'm not having a good time. And if women are not having a good time, men are not going to have a good time simply because the women bring the function.
Her biggest problem?
If women brought femininity and danced and had good vibes, then the club seemed to be fine. You and the boys stayed home and grilled instead of going out. See, I'd take this every day. I would take this every day over going to the club. And this is why I think women are just so mad, is because they realize now that men aren't willing to just foot the bill for their fun. Men are like, nah, y'all shamed us so long for being who we want to be that we'll just go chill with ourselves.
Cipriani last night in Beverly Hills, the vibe was so dead. I mean, as soon as I walked in, I was like, oh my God. I don't know what's up with LA scenery. It's not it. Literally, not it at all. After that, we went for a drink to Gravitas, a private club. It was empty. So I don't know what's happening with LA, because the scene is just, there's nowhere to go. People are not out. I don't know, I guess they're not going out anymore. Maybe a lot of people moved, but the scene in LA is dead. Literally, I don't even feel like going out because it's just, the vibes are off.
Clubs in LA are
Yeah, well, you got to think LA is probably one of the most egotistical, superficial places on the planet. When you see a group of guys trying to get in the club, but they don't want to pay for a table.
Because there's nothing like
What? You just strutting up? Baby girl, get behind that valet booth and park my car. What are you talking about?
So a few months ago, I made a video titled Dating in DC, talking about how there are more women than men at the club, and that gives them this disproportionate advantage where they now kind of act and behave as if they're the prize. And a lot of people...
Bro, when am I going to start? Like, so many women are saying that men are acting like they're the prize. Men are the prize. It's simple. I've laid it out so many times, chat. Men are the prize.
Well, either agreed or said that I was male-centered, and I basically was like, okay, I will never talk about this on the internet again. And then I was scrolling on Posh, and I came across this. So apparently this weekend, there was this event called Women Love Beards. Essentially what it is, and I will read you the description from the organizers.
It's my kind of event right there.
Basically, they say in order to maintain gender balance experience, the men get in for free and the women pay $35 for entry. So this is the men's page, and then I'll show you the women's page. There's a whole separate page for women to pay to be in the company of men. Guys, I fear we've lost the plot. I mean, I get it.
this is how they're solving for it. But when I said that there's a gender imbalance and it's making men act like they're the prize, this is what we get.
Men pay for your fun every night.
That's what I'm saying. Well, the thing is, they've begged and begged and begged for equality, and now they're getting it. Now they're mad.
I'll get a table and invite no women. So I'm like, this is just me and my boys hanging out. We're having a good time. Like, I can't stand a promoter table at a club. Promoters are the grossest people on the face of the planet. Nobody likes you. People are pretending to be your friends so they can get a spot at your table.
I don't know anything about club culture, okay? I don't frequent it often.
It's awful.
I understand it's fun. There's girls here.
Not in LA. That's the thing about LA clubs. Nobody has any fun. Everyone goes to stand around or like be on their phone. It's the saddest thing you've ever seen.
If women can have a girls' night with...
Bro, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Boys can have a boys' night at the club. We're paying for everything.
But you see, the men are different.
They're
The men are
nicer,
much more respectful.
Respectful, no. Because, like, before, you could have, like, you be dancing, and then after a while, you got to turn back, like, who the f- is this? No, I could be pushing back, like, he gonna come? Right? Like, I here doing the most work.
Sir, grab this wine.
No,
but
he ain't even know what. They ain't coming for wine no more. Like, they stand up
even the whole
watching.
touching thing, because I always used to have an SVD and it used to make me so annoyed when you pass people, they got to touch you.
Yeah, that
especially
too.
the men. Now,
nobody
They
hands
don't
up,
even
girl.
come and talk. I was
Nah.
surprised when somebody
Yeah.
come behind me.
Honestly,
it was it was very shocking.
I'm kind of confused that you guys sound like you're upset. You don't get
no, because
bum rushed
now,
anymore.
look,
Women really need to make up their...
That's the thing. Women have asked to not be touched, and then men don't touch them, and then they're mad that they don't get touched. You can't make this stuff up. The stories write themselves. Your dad spends $275,000 opening a bar, and it's empty.
Men got tired of paying for the
Lord,
party.
look at that. I mean, dude, that's a lot of coin, bro. 275 grand. Song that plays in my head, walking to the club knowing I'm not going to pay for a single drink and rage bait all the men I see.
It's just another perfect...
What the fart is that?
That's made it to the end of the...
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know about you guys. I won't be going to any club soon. Maybe Loki will be.
Damn.
I doubt it, though. But I think the club scene is dead. I think women killed it. Just like chivalry. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I think chivalry is dead and women killed it. Shots fired! It's just, it is what it is. The tides are shifting. Ladies, you're going to start realizing that men are the prize eventually. The Levi Nick Show will still preach this message over and over again till you guys actually listen. But did you have a good time, Lokes? Well, I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. It was good to have you guys out, man. Until next time. Peace. Chat, what are your thoughts on DEI? Do you think it's a good thing? Do you think it's a bad thing? Let me know in the comments. Let's get straight off into this.
Because he is so honest and blunt about this, this is a rare conversation where you can actually see the students transform.
So you're getting a chance to hear what these 4 college students are thinking about this.
This Professor Sam Richards shows his students the reality of why DEI is so problematic.
Right now, I just know that Trump did something with it, but that's pretty much all I know.
So they've heard whisperings of Trump finding DEI problematic, wanting to address it, but they're not quite sure why.
Hasn't he been talking about getting rid of the DEI?
Uh-huh. Do you have a sense of why? So it takes us away from merit. It's costly, right? It's unnecessary. It's unfair because it's
true. And then also, I don't think people realize who benefits from DEI the most. Who benefits most from DEI? Studies show that Ripley's, believe it or not, it's actually white women that benefit from DEI the most. Is that the group we're targeting here? Thought it was supposed to be for other groups of people, not white women. Isn't that weird, chat? Studies show that white women have disproportionately benefited from DEI in corporate and educational settings. This is often attributed to historical affirmative action policies and a corporate focus on gender diversity, which has led to significant gains for white women in leadership roles and other opportunities. I mean, I'll be honest, it seems like it's been a pretty bad thing. You want to know why? Look at Cracker Barrel. They're pretty much tanking, and it's led by a liberal white woman.
not based on merit, right? So it's unfair.
You are choosing people based upon their identity and imposing a quota based on that identity. We have many students on the stage do think DEI is good forced outcomes. They even use the word forced, and forced outcomes are a good thing according to them.
For me, I'm like a big fan of the forced quote unquote DEI because I think making that progression is like necessary to kind of come back to like a balance in the middle.
In their minds, it seems that if we don't force that outcome, we won't get the momentum in the right direction. That seems to be the argument here.
Regardless of how qualified you are, how is it problematic for you to be a DE&I hire?
So now Sam is going to try and show the same student, well, wait a minute, there's more to this than you think.
He could be underqualified.
No one knows if you're qualified.
And this is remarkable because this is exactly what Charlie Kirk was saying when he got so much flack for the comment about airline pilots. And Sam is showing the exact same logic here.
I'm always going to look at you as suspicion. You would look at you as suspicion. You're going to look in a mirror and you're going to be going like, hey, Sam, am I really, is this it?
All three of these students have pointed out reasons why they think it's necessary.
You're evening the playing field.
For me, like, equity is just, like you said, giving people what they need.
Wait, but you're studying nuclear engineering.
Yeah.
You're going to go out into the workplace as a woman studying nuclear engineering. Yeah. When you start looking for jobs, what would be forcing diversity in the places where you're going to work?
I mean, like hiring me solely because I'm a woman, I guess.
Well, what do you think about that?
She makes it clear, I would not want to be hired based off of my gender. I want to be hired because I'm qualified, because I'm the right person for that job.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to be hired just like as a nuclear engineer rather than like seen as like just, we're going to take her because she's a brown woman or, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Seems logical. Who would disagree with that? Well, the student next to her does.
I actually kind of disagree with what she just said because if certain DEI initiatives weren't forced, no one would have been proactive enough to get them done.
So it's
that's because y'all aren't qualified to do it, dude. Going back to Charlie Kirk's point where he's talked about this, I want the best pilot. I don't care what you look like. I don't even care what you smell like, as long as you don't smell like, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter to me what you look like in the mirror. I care about your competency. Competency, in my opinion, trumps everything. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree. I just want you to be the best. If I have somebody defending me, I want the best cops. If I have somebody driving me, I want the best drivers. If I have a pilot, I want the best pilots. If I'm on a boat, I want the best captain of the ship of the boat to be that's what I want. I want the best. I don't want somebody who's just like, well, we had to hire them, because of this, that, and the third. No, I don't want that at all.
Exact same argument. We have to have it forced in order to have the momentum in the right direction, even though there are all these unintended consequences, which they're not really thinking through here, I don't think.
I mean, my mom, she's surrounded by all men at her level.
Okay.
And
surrounded by all men, huh? What's your mama do for a living?
That's how it's been throughout like her whole career.
Uh-huh.
And it's recently gotten better. Sometimes the like initiatives or the fact that you want a certain amount of diversity in your work, and the fact that it's forced is helpful.
So I don't think it's helpful at all. And the thing is, if your mom wants to work in a field that there's a bunch of men, newsflash, you're just going to have to compete with a bunch of men. It is what it is. When I was in sales, historically, it was mainly men. Most of the sales people that were on the teams were men. There was very few women. Chat, put a 1 in the chat if in your career, in your field, or wherever you work, is it mainly men? It's just mainly men. Women have been given the opportunity for at least 100 years to pick the professions they want to be in. They still choose social work. They still choose social jobs where they have to be around people, nursing, daycare working, receptionist jobs, paralegals. They still choose these jobs. These women could be choosing to be plumbers, electricians, arborists. They could be choosing these blue-collar grunt work jobs, but they're dominated by 98% men. You guys have the autonomy to choose, but you still don't pick those jobs. How is that supposed to be our fault now? Just because y'all want to be equally represented as plumbers, now I want a crappy plumber coming out? Come on.
Oh, but why does it need to be forced? Like they gonna find, if they're qualified women.
That is the question. Why does it need to be forced? If it's forced, by definition, you are not hiring the person most qualified for the job. You are hiring them for other characteristics.
Oh no, I'm not saying that to take that out of consideration.
She thinks she can have both at the same time, where it's like, we want to hire the most qualified person, but we also want to increase women. You're either the most qualified person or you're not. Yeah. The two can't coexist.
I think that if you put a overqualified woman and an underqualified man next to each other, there are certain people who are going to choose the man because he's a man.
But that would mean that person is not hiring the most qualified person. If that's you being a fool, and your business is going to suffer as a consequence.
And even if they're not doing it consciously,
yeah,
they might just do it.
That could occur.
This is why companies are just avoiding hiring women right now. That's what they're doing. Women have Me Too'd themselves into a silo. where men are the ones that mainly run the companies, and they don't even want to hire these women because they know this is going to be the headache they have to go through.
But we can't police unconscious stupidity. That's not a justification.
Or maybe your mom got paid less, not because someone decided, hey, you know what? Like, Sam, man, you and I, we got to figure out what we're going to pay Mitra's mom. Hang on. So you're not disagreeing with Sujana. What you're saying is, yeah, but hang on, here's this other side of it. Like, Sujana's saying, like, I don't want to force...
Like, I don't think that qualification shouldn't be taken into consideration at all. Like, if a man is more overqualified than a woman, then there's no reason why you shouldn't hire him and not the woman just because she's a woman.
Okay, but that contradicts what you said before.
Exactly.
Now you're arguing that the most qualified person should get the job, but those two ideas cannot coexist, where you're also taking into consideration, well, what is their gender, though? They're either most qualified or they're not.
Yeah.
But I think that we've made a lot of headway in the past 60 years when it comes to DEI, and I don't think we would have made that headway if it weren't for the fact that there were a lot of, like,
We're hiring underqualified people. Just say what it is.
And, like, encouragement and stuff like that.
What do these words mean, though? What does an initiative mean? What does encouragement mean? I still don't get, it doesn't make any sense, though, because you're still going to be looking for the most qualified person.
If you're watching the stream, she's 18, all right? She's not an expert on DEI qualifications, work study. I could go get a professor who studies this been studying it for 30 years, come in and...
That's another way of him calling you...
stupid. Have the conversation. Mitra's 18. So this is her thought.
We had a conversation about the importance of this because these are college students. Most of them have not been challenged on these ideas before, and they have not thought these things through to this level. I'm super excited about this. I have a chance to go down and speak to this class in the coming days, and I'm doing it. I've been looking forward to it.
What if we come along and someone comes along and says, hey, listen, man, as in Mitra's mom's case, listen, you got this company here, you got this industry. Why do you have all these men in these top positions? Like, are there not women out here who are qualified to be in these positions? Like, come on, man. Like, what's going on?
That's exactly what Jordan Peterson did. That's when the illusion began to fall apart rapidly because people quickly realized there's a lot more to this.
And you can say all you want about the fact that women have a difficult time with that because it's a male-dominant patriarchy.
Bro, I'm telling you my philosophy, or here's my whole thing on Jordan Peterson. He sounds like a baritone Kermit the Frog.
Shots fired!
And the philosophy of men and women. Every time I hear his voice, it's all I can think. I love Jordan Peterson, though.
Any female lawyer who's hit 30...
Any female lawyer, can you hear the little frog in the back of the throat there? Yeah, bloody hell.
And his partner that has any sense at all knows that's complete bloody rubbish. It's market determined right to the core.
You can go back and look at him talking to his students about this very topic. There are many factors that contribute to why there are probably going to be more men that are motivated for those positions.
Yeah.
It's going to depend on the position, it's the circumstances. Do they have kids at home? Are they married? How old are they?
We've got things backwards in our culture. We're thinking, at least in part, why aren't there more women in positions of power? Wrong question. The right question is, why are there any men at all who want those positions of power? Because it's not just positions of power. You have to be such a knothead to think that. Oh, it's a position of power. It's like, sure, but it's a position of overwhelming responsibility. And if you make mistakes, you're done.
And we might find out, well, really, there's women really are not wanting to be in these positions. And then you might discover...
And they're not. Dude, that's the thing. Professions... by gender, they're not. Women are choosing to not do these roles, bro. Like, this isn't a conspiracy. This is just fact. Overall, healthcare and support, 84% women, 16% men. Personal care service, 75% women. The next, 5 fields are dominated by women. Education, training, library, office administrative support, food prep and serving, legal. And then it starts to go 50-50. Life, physical, social science, sales, men, which is kind of surprising, 51 to 49%. Arts, entertainment, media, 52% men. Management, 58% men. And then all the rest of these dominated by men. Farming, fishing, forestry, computer, mathematical, transportation, material moving, architecture, engineering, construction, and extraction. 96% construction, extraction is men. I'm just telling you guys, like, they have the autonomy to choose where they work and what they do. They still choose to not do those dirty jobs.
You might discover that, hey, you know what? There actually isn't discrimination. There really aren't women who are really applying for the jobs, and like, there's just not. And your mom would then say, oh, fuck, all right. There we go. So we've had this conversation. We're open about it. It's good. It's all good. Like, yeah.
Anytime we impose an outcome, we're trying to override the free choices of individuals based upon factors in their own lives.
They're going to demand the actions of large groups of people. And Donald Trump comes along and says, this is crazy making. This is crazy making. Like, are you going to do that? It's one thing for one.
The problem with DEI, in my opinion, put a one in the chat if you agree, is they don't just want equality of opportunity. They want equality of outcome, which, in my opinion, is terrible. That gives rise to the participation trophy ideology.
This
where
TikToker just went viral for telling her female viewers to stop paying rent if you're hot and instead match with guys on Hinge and just stay on their couch for free like her to save money. What could go wrong?
If you're new here, I'm homeless. This is one of my boyfriend's place. He's in the other room, but I can't believe I was wasting my money on rent all this time. Life hack, if you're hot, do not ever pay rent. You can literally just go on Hinge and stay at different guys' places for free every single night.
Everything comes at a price, even though it's not monetary. And that sounds incredibly taxing and stressful to me. But she's been facing backlash for giving horrible advice to her impressionable followers that could potentially put them in harm, or at least in unsafe situations. Also, she could get a little bit more engagement for her TikTok and OF. And honestly, it's no secret that OF creators will do basically anything for attention online. We have Jack Doherty's ex lying about doing stuff with Lacey on camera for clicks, and then we have the same girl platforming another girl who essentially just lied about Mr. Beast for clicks. And we have the other girl who's in the same circle of those people who uses her underage brother to promote her own OF. And I mean, you could just go on and on with a disgusting laundry list, so there's nothing new here, but I feel like this blew up because of how bad the advice actually was. Because rolling the dice with that many strangers back to back, I mean, how long will it take until you meet someone dangerous? Who knows? But I would advise women out there to not give strangers that much leverage on them, as I feel like that has a high potential to attract quite a few creeps. And while I'm all for, people getting their bag and doing whatever they want to do as long as it doesn't hurt others, I do think the story is important to talk about when considering the average age of what her TikTok viewers could be, and the kind of message that we're letting these creators blast online to these likely young adults and potentially teenagers, whether they're true or just for content. So, who is this woman sharing all these irresponsible and just probably fake life hacks? Well, she goes by Emily Webb, and she's a 25-year-old OF creator and TikToker from Australia. She also has about 68,000 on TikTok and 179,000 on Instagram, but she clearly uses rage bait and thirst traps on these platforms to drum up engagement and, funnel traffic to that spicy link in bio. And while a lot of her Instagram may be restricted and some of her TikTok content is filtered, it doesn't take a genius to really figure out what she's really trying to promote here. And this is the type of content that's being pushed out to the For You pages of people of potentially all age groups on these different platforms. But I only showed a clip earlier, so let's watch the whole thing.
You can literally just go on Hinge and stay at different guys' places for free every single night, and nothing bad has happened to me yet. I'll let you know how long I can keep going with this until I'm sleeping in my car, because they do only last a few nights and then they break up with me because they realize I'm using them. But so far, so good.
Okay, so to a lot of people, I hope it can come across as rage bait, and I also understand the general population gets that meeting various strangers online back to back and asking to stay at their homes for like unspecified amounts of time is like asking to end up on some sort of true crime channel. But it's not hard to believe that there's people who don't have the context of what she's promoting with these videos and might take it for some reason as legitimate advice and consider, hey, let's try this out. I'm poor. I don't have a lot of money right now, like most young people, and that's a scary thing to do. Yeah, that's awful advice. Please don't ever do that. But this isn't just like one-off video. This is kind of like her brand.
I just found this on my floor and got so excited thinking one of my men left his card here. And it's just I don't know what this is. I don't think it's a credit card. And I don't know who the Harry is. If anyone knows a Harry. I don't think we even... I don't know who that is.
Again, this is a slippery slope. This, it's quick for this to not end well. And you don't only have to worry about guys either, because that Slender Man girl, she went on the run just like yesterday or something, so that's also horrifying. Also, yeah, FYI, if you see her, call 911 and stay away. Definitely don't ask if you can go spend the night at her house. But
just because you tried means you win. That's not the case. The world is very cutthroat. It's very ruthless. Go to any company where you're competing in a sales role. There's always a top dog. There's always a guy who's number one. There's always somebody who's bringing in the most money. The thing is, a lot of these women that get into these careers, they get into marketing, they get into, you know, administrative things, and there's really no hierarchy of who's doing the best, who's doing the worst, right? If you're a marketing person, maybe your marketing campaign does well. Well, I created a couple slideshows and those did really well, and it seems like we got a really high CTR on that. That's, I mean, I don't know, maybe they're measuring those metrics, but they're not on a leaderboard like the sales guys are. Any company I was ever at when I was on a sales team, there was a leaderboard of who was making the most money, who was making the least money. And my goal was to be the number one guy every single month, every quarter, every year. That was the goal. Go to President's Club, rub shoulders with the guys who are bringing in the big cash, make $10,000 to $20,000 a month. That was always my goal. There were very few women that were even coming close to being the top 10 most of the time. There might have been one woman in the top 10 of all the guys. And then when you're on top, the hardest thing about getting to the top is staying at the top, because then you have a standard and other people hold you to the standard. I was at a sales company for 6 months and then I was the number one rep at the company. It wasn't because I was the smartest guy, and it wasn't because I was better than anybody.